So symbolic yesterday. New Picasso. I would buy myself a grey guitar and paint Mr. Jones me. She's looking at me. Everybody look. I wanna be someone to believe in. Hello, chat. Okay. You know what? Screw this. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna make myself some ice cream. Okay. Oh, I'm back, chat. I did get the tweet out. Do me the favor, go give it some love. And did I get you guys today's sauce? I think I did. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Brought enough for chat too, right, Cad? No. There's maybe one bowl left. I'm sorry. Here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. It's definitely a fantastic piece. The Lotto is tomorrow. We literally go down for maintenance in like uh 5 hours. And then we have a 4 hour maintenance. So looks like the Lotto starts in 9 hours from now, roughly. Mm. Mm. Wow. That's cold. I call dibs on last bowl, sure, if you can get here. Otherwise, it's mine. Given I paid for it. Rip hitting target on social media campaign? Yeah. Yeah, that is what that is. Sorry, I was responding to an artist right there. Yeah. We've talked about this before. Like, they basically can like make it so that we technically hit it since they did reminders if they count the amount of the reminders to that. Because I think that alone gives them like, let's talk with Avalon, I think it was like 4K more. Can't wait to rush through the opening before going to work. Yeah. So, chat, today we have the live stream. I haven't even looked to see what time it is. I assume it is at 9 o'clock Eastern, as it normally is. Yep. Well, hold on. Oh, why do they do that? Why do they link you straight to the Aniplex page? And not to the actual stream link? I do not understand why they do that. Does anyone have the actual link? The reminder asked you to do it on the OG post, though? Of course it did. But it won't. So, besides that, chat, we're pretty much in a holding pattern. Oh, looks like my AP capped out. I would advise getting your weeklies done if you guys have not already on either server that you play. I was doing a little bit of perfunctory maintenance. It's got to be for the new. It's got to be for the new whatchamacallit? Evocation. Yeah. I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, I don't know what that is. Which actually normally it's like what, level up the unit, is it did I have to take them to a node? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's just taking me to the daily front line. All right, let's see. Who did we have? I'm going to be honest. I didn't even really pay attention to the Pilgrimage Festival this time around because I was just like, there's only a couple left. Okay, so it's Eliza, Rodmaru, and Ellie. Of those, Eliza's an actual looper, so that's probably the easiest one to do. There's technically nothing else going on right now. We have half cost Embers. So Embers it is. It's funny because I don't really need it, but sure, why not? Okay, give me a Ranmaru. Ranmaru's already in my backline. Hilarious. Dude, I wish we could have like a pre-saved like CE loadout. That would be so nice. Where it's just like, hey, did you want to adjust this comp? Slap in old reliable. Peanut, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, my dude. Took a while to find a stable job. Oh, congrats if you got one. Appreciate it, my man. God, there are so many craft essences now. And then can I, no, I can't accept that. Let's try this. Try cheating. That's a cool trick. And then probably gonna say like a 2-star is probably what's necessary. We could fit a little bit more. We could fit up to like a 4-star, it looks like. Nope, it's got to be a 3. Damn it, this is one off. maybe once I get to master level 180. Get in there. You know what? Damn, this one's actually kind of nasty at the moment. Who do I want to use here? Use Mandricardo. I almost never slot in Mandricardo. He's only at bond 6 on JP because of backline bonding. Okay, there we go. Now we're in a node on JP. Your video really helped with the intel on the 90 plus being so good. Yeah, I saw some people debating that today because I got pinged on Reddit because they linked my guide. Of which I just... This really isn't a big complaint, but like, I have noticed every year that we make a guide, every single time, we are literally the first guide. Literally. Every single time. And yet every single time whenever somebody makes a like summation guide post to prep Reddit, we are always the last guide on the list. Every fucking time. And it's like, there's a point where I have to look at that and I just have to go, yeah. It's like, if it was just like a handful of times that it happened, that would be a coincidence. But when it happens literally every time, I have to just assume that it's just Reddit. So it is what it is. But I'm just going to say, it's like, this sort of thing doesn't exactly make me want to make guides for the community when this crap happens. I'm not saying like, oh man, I got to be like lifted up and be first and all that shit. It's just like, it gets tiresome dealing with like the stupid bullshit egos and politics of this crap. And it's like, God, I just don't know why the community can't be better about this stuff. It's just dumb for no reason. It really is. Ooh. This is actually a really good movie. But yeah, no, like the video, I tried to go a little bit harder with the video this time around. It's a little bit more of a reversion to the old style. It's not complete. It's a nice in-between where it should provide people some advice. But I did notice that like Reddit was basically arguing over the efficiency of the nodes. And someone tried to point out like, well, but if there's only a difference, because like I think someone was citing me saying that like, okay, but if you're running the 6 slot 90 plus versus the 5 slot 90 plus, the 6 slot is just better for the 90 plus. Just run 90 plus. And that's true. And I basically saw somebody try to sit there and be like, oh, well, actually, it's like, if you're, that's only if it's +2. If you're comparing +1, they're even. And I'm like, and it was funny because they cited the, what was it? The +10 to +11 jump. And it's like, yes, that person is technically correct. The +10 to +11 jump, technically they're about even. Here's the thing. That's literally the only exception right there. And already at that point, so this is basically saying, hey, what if we're 11 slotting or basically +11 on a 90 plus versus +10 on a 90 plus. Okay. So it's like, okay, sure. Yes, you can do this. This is about equal. Finally, you've managed to equal it. I still win if I'm doing the 90 plus. I'm way faster still. Like, and that's even with somebody. Excuse me, even with somebody using damage C. Okay, it is just going to take a lot more. So I do understand there's some benefits to doing 90 plus, and I don't want to try to downplay that to you guys. The obvious benefit is that you're going to get a little bit more bond and a little bit more master experience, and aka more mystic code experience if that's what you're like actually able to level. But the trade-off will be time. You will be slower at doing the node compared to somebody just doing the 90 plus. It's pretty verifiable. It's absolutely going to make a difference for your average person, assuming that you are grinding the lotto. If you're not grinding the lotto, it is what it is, but I digress, right? Peak Reddit stupidity. No, it's one of those things. Like, I felt like, one, I should make you guys aware of it, but two, yes, I it's funny. This is the exact, that is kind of like the example of what Reddit always does, where it's like, you have common sense advice that applies to literally 99% of situations and 99% of people. And somebody else will be like, no, actually, they're wrong because of this 1% thing that may or may not impact you at all. And I'm like, thank you, Reddit. So it just is what it is. They're also assuming they're auto farming. Yeah, which is stupid. So they don't care about time. That's true to a degree, but in theory, then quite literally, if you're auto farming anyways, then in theory, you can be done faster with the auto farm. So I don't know. I don't think it really matters. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things where I think people are just going to they're going to choose whatever they want to choose. I'm going to tell you probably the biggest thing that needs to determine whether or not you do it is your account. And then the second biggest thing is probably if you need the resources from one node or the other. A couple of people said it's a waste of time. I mean, listen, I've talked about this before. It's like, because people get really ornery about time efficiency at a lotto. And you'll see people that are like, I'm not going to use this unit because they have an 11-second NP. I'm going to use this other unit because they have a 9-second NP. And I'm like, I'm going to just be real with you. Any time duration under 5 seconds makes no fucking difference. And the reason why is because literally human error will just come into play unless you're autoing. Okay. But like I said, I don't even really feel like condoning that sort of thing. So it is what it is. But like anything under 5 seconds, like your average human is going to get distracted and go squirrel brain, and it's not going to make any difference. But when you start talking about differences of like 30 seconds plus, yeah, that will add up. That will be a marketed difference, especially from somebody that's like actually paying attention and sitting there doing it in spurts. That person is going to get more runs out of that. So it's like when we're talking about 5 seconds or less, the amount is easily offset by the person literally just taking a second to scratch their ass. When we're talking about 30 seconds or more, we're talking about a difference in which the person begins to lap the other person and actually make a substantial farming difference. Those seconds only matter to auto farmers, yeah. People use it to brag about it. Yeah, it's really funny. And I've seen other people, so this is hilarious. I've actually unironically seen somebody on Twitter be like, I can't believe people still brag about not auto farming this game. They're so stuck up. And I'm like, really? You can't believe people brag about not cheating? Okay. like, okay, sure. It's just really funny to me. I'm like, yeah, it's basically how to tell that someone's like really insecure about something. And I'm like, all right, it is what it is. If I do 1,000+ runs, how much does NP animation time matter? But it could matter. But how efficient are you being? Like, if we're playing manually here, the difference in a couple of seconds is probably not a big deal. If we're playing automatedly, I mean, yeah, that'll stack up over time. The whole goal is not to play the game. Right. And that is, like, I've talked about botting before and why I'm not a fan of it. Okay. But y'all need to understand that inherently, if the goal is to bot literally everything, the goal is to not play the game. And that just will naturally destroy the community. I can't explain that to you any better. And how do I know this? I see it on so many other games that do auto stuff. Like, it's not that they don't have a community. It's that that community is just part of the gacha hive mind that just always plays all these other gacha games. And like anything that is the most minor of inconveniences to them is like the greatest travesty. Like, I can't believe I had to do blank. I can't believe I had to stop and make a decision and like that the developer got in my way for 1 second so that I had to actually pay attention to their game. There's no physical reason to do 1K boxes. Doing 1,000 boxes reaches a extreme point of diminishing returns. Usually there are some repeat materials in lottos, so it will naturally just have some actual efficiency issues, because if you had just waited, you could have actually been even more efficient. Yeah, I think where FGO actually like where I don't mind any sort of automation is when there is extreme tedium to the point that like the player is really gaining nothing out of it. This is why, to an extent, it's like I understand why people would bot a lotto. I really do, right? Because once you run the node like 5 times, you've run it 500 times. Like you really aren't going to see that much variance. It's not me telling you guys to go do it, but that is me saying that developers should always be looking for ways to reduce unfun aspects that are clunky and annoying to the player. They should make the game as fun to play as possible. But the emphasis there is both fun and to play. And to a degree, automation is not playing. So this is where people have suggested numerous other ideas in regards to this. Things like okay, if I do one run, I can make it count for like 3 as long as I tell it to use 3 times the AP or something like that. That's a like Genshin style mechanic. Or like, hey, I can just do one run and tell it basically that I want like triple the reward or something like that. There's any number of ways they could handle it. But I do also understand that would turn Lotto's basically into a just like easy I win button press most of the time. And I think Lotto's would go from being probably the highest engagement event to the lowest engagement event extremely fast if they did anything like that. They would hard cap Lottos if they had that. Yeah, that too. I would think there would need to be some sort of like limitation on stuff like that. To make up for how efficient that was, they kept adding in more and more game modes. Yep. That's actually like the biggest issue with just about every single gacha game that I've noticed. Like straight up. I have seen that every game that I've ever played that has any amount of automation has so many freaking modes, so many tedious things that you need to do on a daily basis. And what you realize is they put automation in so that you don't have to play. But then instead, what that leads to is now they add tedium and daily tasks to take up your time. So what you're trading is literally being able to play a game versus a spreadsheet simulator / like micromanagement simulator. And it sucks, and it's stupid, and I hate it. And that is why I usually don't play those games. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, if you guys like to play those games, there's no problem with it. But to give you guys an example, this is why I quit Girls Frontline 2. Straight up. Just being transparent and honest with you. I did not like all the extra shit I needed to do on a day-to-day basis just to, quote, keep up with the game. Whereas like in FGO, if I want to keep up, I can literally just spend my AP down. That's it. Don't have to do anything. There's no like, oh man, but if you don't do it right now in this 24-hour period, you're gonna miss this. There's no, oh, if you don't do it in this weekly period, you're gonna miss this. Like, we have that kind of for event campaigns, but that's really it. And most of those are pretty much like, yo, bro, go into like a node that has this one specific thing and kill it. That's it. It's not even like a high level node. Odds are you can get it in like Fuyuki or like Septum. So it's like, I don't really see it being as difficult or nearly as constraining in FGO even when FGO does do something like that. You have to enjoy that loop, and if you don't enjoy that loop, it's not going to be for you. Yeah, I mean, have you guys ever seen on like Twitter, right? Like when somebody goes like my morning routine or whatever like that, and it's like it's them going through all the gacha games. And it's like it's timing it, and it's like how long it takes them to do the dailies in every gacha game, and literally like them going and like doing all of these extra things. And some games are like half an hour. Some games are like literally 2+ hours. And you're sitting there and you're like, the fuck? Chore simulators. Yeah, it's like, I know some people have a lot of time on their hands. So I'm not going to judge people that want to do these things. It's the same concept as like playing an MMO, chat. MMOs absolutely could be made to be faster and less grindy, But they don't, because MMOs are designed to waste your time. And the reason they're designed to waste your time is because they know that that is what the player is actually seeking. They're also trying to keep you in the ecosystem to justify, say, a subscription cost or something like that. Because obviously, if you get all the content done super fast, you're not going to think that that subscription is actually worth anything. So there's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B with why they do it. And it's largely the same reasoning behind a gacha game, except when a gacha game, they like know that they're not going to charge you anything up front, but they still try to have the same goals because they know that keeping you in the ecosystem keeps you loyal, keeps you playing, and thus by you kind of sticking around, it's going to increase the odds that eventually you desire to spend on the game. So that's what they're always trying to do, is they're actually, and this is kind of a for better or worse thing. Why did I switch to MASH? I'm way too used to using that, and I need to switch which Mystic code I'm using in here. But like they do it to kind of get you in that trap, and they know that they can get you to pay more money, right? And I understand why people do that. I understand why people want to kind of like spend that time, but it is pretty much just going to boil down to like you as a human being, and if you value your time or you want your time wasted. Some people want their time wasted. Some people do not want their time wasted. And it really just depends on which category you're in. And that's why I'm going to say it's not like it's wrong to be like, oh man, I love Chore Simulator. Oh man, I love having my time taken up. That's perfectly fine. Some people are at a point in their life where that is just the case and they don't really have anything else to do. Other people, in the meantime, are like super busy with like job, family, you name it. And so they're like, oh crap, I don't have the time for this. And so they don't like it. So it is very much like kind of both worlds. MMO players know what they're getting themselves into. Yeah, a little bit. Though, to be fair, so do gacha players at this point. FGO is rare. FGO is not like any other gacha in that regard. And I really do mean that. Like, I don't know of a gacha game that wastes your time less than FGO does on the regular. I will say, however, FGO has gotten worse with it in recent years. FGO used to be a lot better than it is. FGO has gotten to the point where it's like, Though admittedly, we do occasionally get quality of life, like the ability to spin down storm pods doing any node. So that definitely helps things. One more run? Question mark? Actually, don't know. Maybe two more. So, what was I looking for? I was looking for the Mystic code that I don't have finished. Which one is it? Oh, can't be that one. I do still have that one too. I think I bought this one is why. Because that's what happened. I didn't ever finish this one, and the original Summer Mystic code became purchasable again, and I realized that I hadn't purchased it. Oh my god, I'm so close to being done with this. Yeah, story is definitely the thing that takes a lot longer. Though I'm going to be fair to every other gacha game, and I'm going to say that is a non-unique thing. Story is always going to take you longer in any gacha game. The Lotto goes live at 4 a.m. Eastern. I swear he's the one person immune to FOMO. I know, because he doesn't care missing dailies. So it's really interesting, right? Once you want to know how to be immune to FOMO, chat. Fuck it up. Miss something. Don't log in. Don't get a reward. Don't, like, the second you break that cycle, you realize it's not the end of the world, and you realize that it doesn't matter. I'm dead serious. So if your buddy plays 15 gacha games it's easy to see how that happens, right? Because he probably misses shit all the time. So he just doesn't care. I wish story nodes had more battles and let us use our own units. Yeah, I keep seeing dev comments to that effect, and while I understand where they're coming from, I also just feel like they're losing sight of what this actually is. Like, I understand that they want it to be functionally a visual novel gacha game, but it is still a game. It does still have combat. It does still have actual, like, turn-by-turn mechanics. And as a result, trying to willfully ignore that, I think, is just a massive, massive mistake on the behalf of the devs. Because while there is a strong contingent of people in this game that are playing it because they wanted an extension to the visual novels, there is an even stronger contingent of people in this game that probably have never touched the visual novels and are just playing it because they like the game. So at that point, it's like, it's a-okay to pander to both crowds, but pandering exclusively to the visual novel crowd will come back to bite them in the ass. And so that's why you've seen them make comments like, oh, we realized we don't have to put combat every so often. And I'm like, I remember reading that statement and I was like, no, you're wrong. Like, you actually do need to do that. Would FGO be better if it had no Lotto and raids? No, it would be way worse. Yeah, they definitely don't need to, like, hyper fixate on, like, having too many, like, support cast that are forced on you. And I do agree with people that are like LB7 was really bad for it. Is it weird that they haven't really announced Iliafest, or did I just missed it? You missed it. We are literally going to watch the live stream tonight where they actually debut it, right? But they have announced it, and I know because I was there within like 2 minutes of the announcement, and immediately was like, "Hey, check out my guide." How are the ruler and summer videos doing, by the way, Cad? I was watching the summer video earlier today, but I haven't finished it yet. Oh my god, did that actually... Well, now I'm ranked 10 on that Mystic Code. The summer video is... It's doing okay. It hasn't crested 1,000 views yet, which is... I just need to, like, I need to come to grips with the fact that, like, the channel is not going to be as good as it once was. And some of that's on me, but not all of that is on me. The ruler video is up at like 1.5k, so. Which, thank you. I just want to say, like, there were a lot of comments on the ruler video, but I didn't notice any of them being, like, really, like, butthurt and upset. So thank you guys for that. It's really nice because I don't see that very often, I feel like most of my videos don't get comments like that, but anytime I've ever posted a video like that, usually it does. Usually there's someone that's extremely combative and agitated. I'm making tier list this new content then. I have made that summer prediction list since like summer 4, I think. So it's been a thing. Deontay, thank you for the 60. Jack, can we get some love for Deontay's 5-year? How many boxes do you farm a day to reach 500? I usually try to aim for like 50 a day. Just because. And like that would get you there in 10 days. But like, you know, if it's a 14-day lotto, that means you still have like 4 days left over. So it's like you can have a bad day or something like that. Is that the video about which rulers actually made sense? Yeah. Yes, it was. All right, did that actually complete this? It did. All right, sweet. So we got all of that done. I have nothing to do on JP. Oh my god. It's a good problem to have. And I say I have nothing to do. I have other stuff. Chat wanted me to keep looking at the like banners on this one. Is it just because it's the Berserkers chat? Is that why? I found myself in agreement with most of your assessments. That's the problem. I'm not controversial enough. I was gonna lose my mind. So the reason, oh, she's new on JP, yeah. I was gonna lose my mind because chat, you don't understand. You don't understand just how many GSSRs I have thrown Morgan's way on JP and how many times she has evaded me. And like, we're talking like GSSRs in which it was like a 1 in 3 chance. So it's not like it was like really awful odds. And still, I can't seem to get Morgan Le Fay to show up a second time on my JP account. And so, like, that, I just did the paid La Single, and it immediately is Gold Berserker, and I'm like, no way. She demands pity, yeah. You don't have Morgan? I do. I just only have the one. I don't know why Morgan is that way, but it's really funny. A Buki with Creamhild. Riku. Yeah, you know what? I'll throw it. I'll throw it just for the like, hey, I technically don't have a quick AoE Berserker other than Lancelot. Okay. I mean, I can't roll that one, chat. Lohi, same deal. USO incoming? No, that's why I won't, because I know I'll get it. I literally know that I'll get it. I already have NP3 of her. I gotta be honest, I really don't need more. She's already just disgustingly good. Last 3 GSSRs, I've gotten Morgan for everyone. So you're the one stealing my Morgan. That's what I'm hearing. It's fine. It's just one of those deals where it's like, man, I have tried. I think it's like going on like 5 different GSSRs to hit Morgan on JP, and she has still evaded me through all 5 of them. And I'm like, damn, it can't keep getting away with it. I'm actually getting strung along. In P6, let's go. No. Cad, what is the chance we get a pen 4 and a pen 5 this Annie? I think it's a really low chance. Like really low. I don't see it. And the reason I don't see it is because you can't. Hear me out, chat. You can't get a pen 4 and a pen 5 without the fixes. If they don't give you the fix, people will riot. I think you have a much better shot. Actually, when did we get the pity apply to second banner and more? Is it this Annie? Okay, so his last standing. Okay, so Cat is old. Listen, chat. I play 2 servers. Dates in my brain go back and forth like crazy. So it was the same time. Okay, God, I thought it was older than that. I don't know why. But yeah, like you're much more likely to get that early than you are to get 4th and 5th append. Because 4th and 5th append include a lot of like extra coding on the back end to make sure that it's good. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now, you will get the 4th and the 5th append with those changes probably. That would be my prediction for 9th Annie on NA. So not this upcoming one, but the one after it. You will probably get 4th and 5th append at the same time as all the fixes, just because I don't think they want to hear any complaints on NA. Same for FP summons. Yeah, I think you could get FP summons early, but we'll see. Did NA get grail casting early? We had coins early. We didn't get grail casting early. Grail casting came when it was supposed to because it was tied to story. Was saying he was supposed to get Destiny rolls, but Ian got it early. Yeah, but I think Ian getting that early is like, it's not crazy, right? In the same way that I think you getting the pity change early is not crazy. I think like these things are like, it's just the benevolence of the devs and whether or not they wish to throw away money. We're at a point where there's very little they can bring forwards now. We're at a point where Galactic, I hate to call you out on this, people have been saying this for 4 years. And we keep getting stuff early. So I know it's like, oh, there's not much they can give us, and then they still manage to do it. Could we get the coin fixes early? It's possible, but I think the sheer work involved with that will mean that they won't. People tend to forget what JP has over in NA still. Yeah. JP keeps getting quality of life. So every time they get a quality of life, that's another thing on the list that we need. More money for the devs. Yeah. Any spicy surprises that we're not aware of? I mean, I think we pretty much just mentioned what they could be. Like there's not a like impossibility of doing anything, but I do think certain things would preclude the devs from trying. That is to say, like for instance, if we took grail casting being tied behind a story unlock, I still remember people were asking me over and over and over again, will we get grail casting early? And I was like, no. And the reason why is because it's literally tied into the unlock of Tunguska. So it's like, unless you get Tunguska early, you're not. And we knew, based off the nature of Tunguska, that you were not going to get it early because of what it ties in with. Yeah, Leah. Wait, did you get proposed to, Aniko? Congratulations. We won't get the grand system early. Too many banners for units that won't be released. Yeah, that one's that one's already a fustercluck on JP. So not official yet, but he's been planning something. Okay, I don't want to like rain on your parade, but like, do you have a birthday coming up? Is it possible he's maybe like planning a vacation for you? Like, just saying. Like fingers crossed, hopeful, but I know that like sometimes women do like they're expecting a proposal and then it doesn't happen. So it's like I am gonna say this too. Absolutely, unequivocally, do not let on to the fact that you might know that something's up. Do not. Just play it cool, pretend you know nothing, act surprised when it happens. Because one of the easiest ways to give a man cold feet is to let him know that you know before he does it. An FGO player getting married, the world must be. Yes. There are several FGO players that are married. Several of them, I swear. Public spectacle, yeah. You have to act surprised, yes. I saw a proposal the other day where like the guy got down on one knee, he like tapped her on the shoulder. She was busy talking. She ignored him. He tapped her on the shoulder again. She was busy talking. Someone finally pointed at her to turn around and he's like, "Will you marry me?" Like he said it in like the most monotone voice. And then she was like, "Yeah." And then she like hugged him and then they kissed. And it was like, it was so unemotional. I was like, please, dear God, never let that happen to anyone else. Like, it was almost like somebody like forced them into it or something. And they're like, yeah, I guess. Why not? Like, fuck it, man. Like, so you wanna go on a date with me? Yeah, I guess. I got nothing better to do. Maybe they're good for each other. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's how like they decided they would do it, right? Where it's like, you want to get married? Sure. I'm not doing anything else in my life. Yeah, let me check my schedule. Yeah, I can fit it in. Better than only one being excited, true. I always feel really bad for the guys that like they do propose and then they get rejected. Because especially if they try to go for like a big proposal thing, like oh man, like you see it all the time at like sporting events where somebody like tries to do it at the sporting event and then like the girl says no and it's like, oh fuck, dude. Middle of a restaurant, yeah. I mean, it's not even that. Like, there may be several reasons that a woman might say no. Maybe she's just not ready to, right? Like, maybe it's like, oh, the guy's proposing and they've only known each other for like 2 weeks, right? Like, it is what it is. But it is one of those things where it's like, assuming the guy did his due diligence and isn't just a total idiot, I feel really bad for him. But if the guy didn't do his due diligence and is a total idiot, I don't feel bad for him. He should have known better. And that's also why there's like a little bit, that's why there's like the tradition of like go talk to the father and stuff ahead of time. It's you get the blessing, but it's also like, okay, I'm feeling things out here, like would people be okay with this type deal? Rather than just like, I know, I'll try marriage. That's a cool trick. I think you should never reject a person in the public square. You gotta wait until you get home for that. No. I'm not gonna say that like a woman can't reject a guy, because that might send the wrong signals. But I'm also going to say it's like you only go for that as a guy if you're sure. If you're not sure, don't go for that. Like, what the shit? But honestly, if you're not sure, that's probably a bad sign, right? Like you probably should not be trying to marry someone that you're not sure about still. Yeah. You're leading the dude on for no reason and torturing him. Yep. Cad, will you marry the J Collective? No. Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a weird way, well, that does kind of tip his hand some, Aniko. At least it's also like it's a good like first step for like, hey, if I ask her, will she do it? And then like a little bit. So if that were me, and I was like, all right, so I think I want to marry this girl. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna ask her what ring she likes. I would ask her, and then I would not propose for like the longest time. And the reason I wouldn't is because then she would basically go like stir crazy from expecting it, that she would stop expecting it. And then you ask. Then you ask. And I was rolling over my McDonald's back. If Lance Arturi was to come out of reality and propose to him with a bouquet of flowers, no. But I mean, I will be honest. Like, one of the big reasons that like I still haven't like dated anybody from being on the dating site is I am looking for somebody that both shares my interests and is not like some sort of weird ass psychopath. And that's really difficult. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. Your girlfriend has to play FGO. No. No. No, my girlfriend just has to probably either have a general interest in gaming or anime. And notice how I said or. She just needs to be somewhat on the nerdier side. But yeah, it's like that is the problem I've been having. I really just don't see it. And the ones that I do find that are like that, they are something else. That's all I'm gonna say. Shouldn't surprise anyone with a public proposal either. That's also not cool. I mean, I'm gonna say I think it's fine if you're reasonably sure that like this is the one and this girl likes me, yada yada yada, right? Like, I know some people wouldn't like it because they wouldn't like being put on the spot like that, but that's also like you got to know your significant other to know if they would be okay with that, right? If they would find that awesome or endearing rather than like, oh my god, what are you doing to me? What? Okay. What if she's a 10 but she watches My Hero Academia? I have no problem with that. Why would I have a problem with that? I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I don't really care what she watches. As long as she's willing to understand that if she's watching something that I truly despise, I'm not gonna watch it with her. But it's like, I don't know. There's things that like I'm willing to be like open about certain things, right? Like, cat's favorite Bible black, please no. I sleep with them, they don't. True. Very true. Actually, big true. Yeah, something about being the woman that he comes home to is yeah, there's kind of an advantage in that. Cad would cheat on me 100% no question. Well, yeah, because I'm not gay. So, you're right. I would cheat on you. Do people get jealous over that? Yes. Yes. Yeah, okay. Let me put it to you this way. Allow me to explain why some of my prior relationships didn't work. Women will get jealous over literally anything demanding a man's attention. That isn't them. Anything. Anything. Including, but not limited to, any hobby that you have. Your family. Your job. Literally anything. Women get jealous if you talk to another woman, even if you're single. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of how it works, unfortunately. One of the easiest ways to make a woman interested in you is to actually show interest in another woman. And it's kind of sad, but true. I was doing handy stuff at home and she got mad at me. My favorite is the is it the Malcolm in the Middle? Is it the Malcolm in the Middle like skit of like Bryan Cranston? Yeah, the light bulb, right? It's like, won't you change the light bulb? And he keeps finding other things that distract him, and so he never gets to do it. And so it's like, in the end, he's like, okay, finally, he's like, I'm gonna go to the store to get it, but he can't do it because his car is broken and he has to repair his car. And then, like, he's sitting under his car as his wife comes home, and she's like, I thought I asked you to change the light bulb. And he, like, wheels himself out from under the car and is like, what does it look like I'm doing? And it's like, well, it doesn't look like you're doing that, but yeah. Peak ADHD, yeah. But it's like, I can easily see how that sort of thing is possible, where it's like, oh man, I gotta fix this because if I don't, I'm gonna get yelled at by my wife. But then it's like, oh wait, because I'm fixing it, I'm not paying attention to her, so I'm getting yelled at by my wife. So it doesn't matter. And I think the moral of the story in general is just pay attention to your significant other. They want you to. Like it doesn't really matter man or woman in that regard. There is no easy way out, right? You needed to go get more WD-40 to fix the drawer, right? Everything is a process. That's true. And from what I've heard, the phrase goes like this: happy wife, happy life. Terms and conditions of the relationship, if they're broken, then we leave. Simple. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? I think people that are way more chill about a relationship are always naturally going to get to better, or get together with people better. And it is what it is. Like, part of the reason that I'm so stingy at this point is because I have learned, like, I have not once dated a woman that liked me for me and liked me for my hobbies and who I am as a person. They just liked the idea of me more than anything. And so at the end of the day, I've realized that, and it's one of the reasons why I am a lot pickier now. Because I know it's like I'm gonna run into the same problem again and again and again. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So it's like I've got to change a little bit in order to like kind of change the type of woman that I'm looking for. Happy man is God's plan. And what? You'll find someone who shows you love of your life behavior, I'm sure. I hope so. I don't exactly live in a like part of the world that it's like, oh man, I'm just surrounded by like weebs and dweebs, right? Like geeky women exist, but just not very much in my locale, and it's kind of sad in that regard. Gotcha with women equal insanity. I mean, listen, if a girl walked up to me and she was like, you play a gotcha game, that's fucking stupid. And I would be like, you're right. I don't really have a counter to it. Try going to MegaCon. Yeah, I've had people tell me to like go to conventions. The other problem that I have at my age now is like none of my friends are really into this sort of thing. And even then, most of them are like busy with their own lives and family at this point. So it's very much a like, well, I guess, but I don't really have anyone to go with. And it's like, I could definitely go alone, but man, that would feel really weird. You should marry Florida woman from the bayou. I'm terrified of that. Try to do the same thing over and over and expecting to hit the jackpot of 1%. Yeah. You'd have to be in a bigger city and you'd have to have better odds if you weren't in the South. Yeah, I agree. I'm close enough, at least, that I get like most of the major cities in Florida, like in my dating app. So that's less of the concern and more just me trying. Like, I'm not going to say there's not candidates, chat. You would look at like my dating app and you would be like, Cap, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm dead serious because I actually have some really hot women that try to connect with me. I'm not like trying to like glaze myself or anything here. I really do. I look at their profile and I go, ain't no fucking way that's working. Ain't no fucking way. At one point you hit pity cad, keep trying. Yep. And I definitely, if I think there's even a remote chance, I'll still reach out to the woman and talk to them. How often is the swipe on the picture with dogs? So, first of all, how'd you know that I have a picture with dogs? How'd you know that? But second of all, like, yeah, no, like actually, I have certain pictures specifically in my profile for that, and I can usually gauge a woman's interest in me based off which picture they like. In the same way that, like, I'm sure women can do the exact same thing with a guy where it's like, okay, here's my bikini picture. Oh, look, the guy liked that picture. Gee, I wonder why. Like, it's really funny, though. Don't look for men. They're already in a relationship. Yeah, I'm aware. It's like literally, I low key am looking for the like 1% in the fact that like I'm looking for somebody that is reasonably sane and attractive to me, and shares my hobby and isn't somehow already in a relationship. So it's like I'm aware. I'm aware that what I'm looking for is a really low odd. But I'm also just like, I guess at this point I'm just like I know the relationship's not going to work unless it's that way. And I say this because, chat, over my life, right, over the years, I've had dates with women. I've been in relationships with women. Almost none of them have lasted because I'm too willing to compromise. I'm too willing to check myself at the door and either end up getting walked over or end up basically in a toxic relationship with somebody where somehow I'm like not good enough, and like because I'm not like going like and doing the specific thing they want me to do, that has somehow made me like less of a man. So I've learned over time that it's like that's not even really a me problem. That's just I probably am not in a relationship with the right person at that point. Because I think to some degree, the unfortunate nature is that my taste in women has led me to date women that are extremely toxic personality wise. And so that's on me 100%. I have to just straight up say that. Like, I have dated women that I consider to be 10 out of 10s. And it's like, nice. But also like, fuck. Because unfortunately, a lot of the 10 out of 10 women are, I think to a degree, like they just have bad attitudes. In the same way that like what women would probably consider a 10 out of 10 guy is also going to have a bad attitude about a lot of stuff. It's sometimes when you know you're hot, it's not good. Sexy versus crazy, yeah. Would you date a girl that wants their boyfriend to have a fast relationship progress? Like, I don't know, like what, like jumping straight into bed? I think there's a degree at which like that's okay. Where like if you're really feeling the sparks type of thing, but I think short of that, I'm just gonna be honest with you. This is my personal perspective. Not every guy thinks the same way, and I know this from talking with several members of VIP. My own personal perspective is that if a woman immediately wants to jump into bed with you, it's not a good sign. And I say this with my ex literally shagging me on the second date, so it is what it is. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think if they're all too eager, it's not necessarily a bad sign, but you have to think about maybe why they are and whether or not that's the issue. Am I late to the event watch party? No. It hasn't even started yet. We still got like 40 minutes. It seems sus from the get-go. Listen, I know people don't want to like, they're like, oh no, you can't slut shame people and stuff nowadays, but I'm like, yeah, but if the shoe fits, like, there is a point where I have to protect myself a little bit too. He's camp boating. Let me check if we're compatible in bed before continuing. I don't think there's a problem with that, but I also think it's like, and I've had people be like, okay, when's the right time then? And I'm like, there is no right time. And it really just depends on a case-by-case basis. It's something that, like, when it's right, it'll feel right. When it's not, it won't. It's dependent on the person and the context, yeah. But I will say, I pretty much knew my ex was not the one from that second date. So, it is what it is. Like, that was just literally one of the very first warning signs. I think when you start getting older, it's less common to see that. I think in general, it's just a good idea regardless, right? To take things a little bit slower, to feel each other out, to get a good sense of each other. Though you have to still allow for there to be romance, right? Like you can't just be like, all right, I'm going to be completely platonic with this. I have seen a lot of women that are like, I don't want to jump into a relationship. I want to get to know you first. And I'm like, no. I'm gonna say this flat out. I understand why women want that. It's a safety thing. However, no. And the reason why is because what you're doing is you're friend zoning someone. You're basically asking them to put their best foot forward and to really freaking try and to spend all this money and to, again, like, try to impress you, but you're not even able to commit to, like, hey, let's actually like try to explore a relationship. So it's like, to me, it's completely selfish. And I literally let women know. I'm a very straightforward guy in that regard. It's like, I will just straight up tell them if I have interest in them pretty quickly. I'll be like, hey, you want to do something? And I will make it clear that it's a date and that if like we're able to like commit to going on more, at that point, I do pretty much consider us in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I know some women that are like, oh, no, I'm not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with somebody until, like, you know, several dates in and I actually condone it. No, I'm sorry. It's like, if you're willing to even give me the second date, from then on out, I basically consider you to be that point. Because from the second date onward, if I don't want to see you again, I basically have to break up with you at that point. However, unfortunately, some people aren't decent about this sort of stuff, and that's why ghosting is a thing nowadays. It just is what it is. They just want to take advantage while giving nothing in return. Yeah. And, like, again, I understand there's a safety aspect to it, and it's like, that's fine. I think it's a-okay to be, like, ambiguous as of the first date and be like, hey, I don't know, let's try to get to know each other a little bit better. But I think pretty much from that point on, it's like some kind of decision has to get made. At least in regards to, like, all right, are we feeling this? Do we want to maybe pursue it? Do we want there to be more here? I thought that was more so for sex as opposed to an actual relationship. And that may be like what some women mean, but no. like I'm not saying a woman has to immediately put out, right? But I am saying a woman has to at least recognize that the man is pursuing a romantic relationship, and her trying to be like willfully ignorant of that is just, it's malicious. Did your ex at least have good taste in anime? She lied about being interested in anime. I'm not even kidding. That was a thing. And that's where, like, I think to some degree, like I said, I've dealt with some really toxic women that will straight up, like, lie to my face just to, like, make me like them more. And I'm going to say, again, it's a relationship. You can't go through life lying to your significant other. It's not going to go well. Like, straight up. And I've talked about this before, chat, but I am a little bit a human lie detector. So when people lie to me, I know it. And I knew it. So they probably do, but it's pretty rare nowadays. Yeah. Is there zero females in Florida that like anime or video games that are not in a relationship and not psychopaths? No. I mean, there's definitely some, right? I haven't managed to find them yet. Lies never work long term. Yeah. I think to some degree people think that they can keep pulling the wool over your eyes and that they can get away with it. Maybe if it's like something really small and inconsequential, and if it never came up ever again, you could. But ain't no way you're gonna like how are you gonna lie about one of your hobbies? That's gonna get found out real quick. And I'm dead serious. One of the first things I lead in a date is like, hey, by the way, I'm a nerd. I really like video games and anime. Like, I'm not gonna say it that way, but like, I will find some way of getting out there like, this is who I am. If you're not okay with it, there's the door. Please walk. One when she said straight to my face, you weren't my first choice. She was trying to cheat on her boyfriend and her boyfriend ruined the date. Dude. I don't understand. I don't understand why some people do that. Like, cheating is such a like scummy thing. To me, if you're thinking about cheating, you know that other person isn't the one. Break up with them. Don't cheat on them. Just break up with them. Be like, hey, I'm sorry. I'm just not feeling it anymore. Boom. But Kat, what if she's a Honkai Star Rail fan? I don't care. I'm dead serious. Like, I'm not going to be someone that's going to be picky about like what nerdy interests they have. Unless that nerdy interest is like, hey, I'm really interested in taxidermy. Do you mind if I practice on your dogs? Then I'm going to be like, no. And also, get the hell away from me. I'm calling 911. They can't accept my Sailor Moon obsession and video game hobbies and BTS concert going tendencies, and they aren't for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this. I think to some degree, there's a point where like a hobby gets to be too much, right? So like if I found a person and they were like, hey, I think it's really cool that you stream, but you were streaming so much that I never get to see you. I can understand that. And I'd be willing to like absolutely make streaming take a backseat to the relationship, as it should, right? Like, in the same way where it's like, let's say it's like, oh, you really like going to BTS concerts. Well, are you going to the ones locally in your area? Or are you like constantly flying cross country to basically be a groupie for the band? And it's like, hold on, right? So it's like, there's at least a level of like, hey, yeah, I mean, if you want a relationship to work, you need to like check some of that shit at the door, right? You want to see your insignificant other some of the time? Yeah, I mean, at that point, they would be an insignificant other, right? I've seen streamer couples still stream. Yeah, I think it's fine. In a weird way, like, meeting a female streamer would be really good for me. But in a weird way, it would also be, like, super toxic. That's one of those things where it's like that really will just come down to the person and how well they can balance their life. I can't believe Cad would cheat on chat with another woman. Yes, I would. Especially if she has a rockin' set of tits. Yeah. Unfortunate, I know, but priorities. And blonde, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Obviously, I like blondes, chat, but it's not like I don't like other women, and it's not like a woman couldn't just dye her hair, right? Like, it is what it is. Jealousy over fame has happened very often. Yeah, I believe it. Listen, I'm gonna be real. If I met a female streamer and like, short of her doing like some OnlyFans type shit, okay, she was just like way more popular than me and made way more money, I would be like, sweet, that's amazing, like, good job. I would not care. It would not bother me in the slightest. Easy collab time? Yeah, pretty much. Just gotta find an overall good person. Realistically, yeah. But that's always the hardest thing, right? Stay at home CAD, right? Like, can you imagine if like we were able to just become like streamer millionaires and then I just didn't have to go to my day job anymore? Chad, I could stream more with you. That'd be amazing. It's like we could have his and her streamer set up, and then like I could stream during the day, and then like she could be over there streaming during the day, and then like at night we just go on dates. It'd be great. And the first thing I see in chat of your video is literally Bob saying he's tried the porn. Wait, what do you mean he's tried the porn? I do remember Bob vaguely saying something about that, but what was the context? I want a female to take care of me too. It's not even like a take care of me type of thing, so much that like I could easily see a scenario in which it's like, okay, we just pool the resources, we like do our respective duties, and it's like, I don't know, if I'm not making as much money, fine, I become the stay-at-home dad if I had to. I don't give two shits about that. My brother does the exact same thing, and it works for him. And I'm like, to a degree, I hate that he's able to do that. But like, it's not wrong. It's like, I'm not somebody that's going to get really upset if the woman is the primary breadwinner, as long as I feel like I'm contributing somehow. Because I think like there are ways in which people can contribute. But chat, this is probably what also makes me a sane individual in a relationship, because it's like, if a woman was like, hey, I wanted to be the stay-at-home mom and take care of the house, I wouldn't value her less because of that. I wouldn't be like, well, actually, I'm the one making all of the money. You see, my opinion is more valid than yours, and therefore you are worthless. No, I would literally just sit there and be like, sweet, thank you, honey. I appreciate you. Like, it would not bother me in the slightest. Stay-at-home streamer with dogs, right? To be fair, you could also be a work from home dude as well. Don't, no. Don't, no. No. Oh. Interesting. Cat's tail, the house husband? Yeah. What if she wants to name the child Mordred? Then I would rightfully ignore its opinion. Can't an accountant work pretty easily from home? Can they? Yes. Will I ever be afforded that opportunity? No. Very first YouTube video is 20 years old today. Makes me feel so old. Right? Like, YouTube has been around a long time at this point. It's kind of wild. Okay, so I really did do everything on JP. Lotto starts tomorrow, right? Yep. Whee! Would your dad let you quit? Yes. Yeah, my dad would fight me tooth and nail on me quitting, but my dad would let me quit. The reason my dad would not let me quit, the reason he would fight me, would be that my dad knows the exact same thing that I know. And that's that he doesn't want me to get into a position of like ruin where it's like, oh, I quit. My dad like sells the company. There's no family business anymore. And then like, oh, I don't make it as a streamer. So I think like he doesn't want to see that. And I agree with that, right? Like, I'm well aware that it's like until something like this becomes more successful, bigger, better, like this can never, it can only be a pipe dream for me, at least for right now, right? It's weird that it starts on a Thursday. It's happened before. I heard a mom calling her child Nero. Oh yeah. What if she wants the middle name? That's divorce. He wants what's best for you and wants you set for life. Yeah, as a father should, right? Like I'm not saying like he's wrong to think that way. And I don't disagree with him. For better or worse, in that regard, he doesn't have to ever get upset because he raised me that way, so I'm just always going to be this way. Yeah, like I said, that's divorce, Lucario. I look at what he does and immediately went not doing that. So I originally was not going to be an accountant. I originally went to school basically trying to get into game design, chat. I'm not even kidding. Like this is kind of what happened. I went to school not knowing what I wanted to do. I meandered around. I majored in accounting because I wasn't sure and I needed to major in something. Then I ended up having some issues because I got in an accelerated program, which is honestly my own damn fault. I never should have agreed to it. That ended up basically causing me some grade issues because I couldn't handle the course load. And then I ended up having to basically get a switch in major to get a simple degree. I ended up getting a management degree. And then I ended up kind of having graduated at that point, and I tried to get into game design, tried to like switch to basically a new major at that point, get a second degree, and learned the atrocities of video game design and why that's ultimately just a scam and why there was no real point to it. And then instead I ended up coming and working for my father and finishing my accounting degree, getting my CPA, and here I sit before you. He made the first video after all, yeah. Secret FGO dev, please send thanks. Yeah. Would you have been an FGO dev? No. Not a chance. Tell me about it. Yeah, no, I just the concept of going to school to learn video game design is like it's everything that's wrong with literally everything that's wrong with like higher education right now. On de-escalation and de-radicalization of terrorism. Sometimes life takes you in ways you don't expect. Yeah. And it's funny because the thing that I've learned is I've learned that in some degrees I'm too smart for my own good. And I'm not like trying to say I'm a genius or anything like that, but I know I'm like mentally capable of handling a lot of stuff. Progress bar, the first video is a special birthday cake icon on it. Oh, really? I hadn't seen that. So it's like, in a weird way, I could probably apply myself and learn many different jobs and be successful no matter what I wanted to do. And that's really funny because I coasted through high school so easily that my high school class voted me most likely to be successful. And, you know, looking back at that, I'm like, were they right? But then I started thinking about like they were kind of right. Like, in that regard, I know that I'm a smart enough person that I can basically get myself out of any jam and figure out anything. So successful means a lot of things. Yeah. It doesn't mean I will be the most successful. I really truly was the most likely to be successful. you not make a good game? No, you need to scam people to thinking it's a good game. I mean, I think honestly, like with the Oblivion remake and everything, right, chat? I think it just goes to show you that. Hold on, sorry, just got to replug this because it broke the capture card. It just goes to show you that it's still possible to produce games on a reasonable budget and still make them quality and not charge an arm and a leg for them. I get that it's an older game. I get that it's a remake. I understand all of that. But I think we see it with indies all the time. We see games that are priced much more fairly. And so then when you see the big AAA companies and the big brand names trying to pump out a game and it's priced at $70, it's priced at $80, you know why. And a little bit it's because you're paying for that recognition, for that IP, for that, you know, hey, kind of upcharge for all the overhead that big AAA studio had. You're not paying for more fun. You're not paying for a better game even. And that is the sad part. It's sort of like buying like I don't know, like buying a luxury brand, right? Like, is it that different than buying a normal brand? No, it's probably not. You're more paying for the notoriety of it. Entertainment's always been a luxury. Yep. Okay, what else do I need to do on NA here pre-Lotto? So I did a lot of cleaning. I've gotten rid of quite literally every single thing that isn't an Ember out of my mailbox, which is wild. No assassin foes. Can't do anything with that. I don't think I have any gold foes. I don't. Let's see. My sum total here is Archer, Rider, Caster, Berserker. Archer, Rider, Caster, Berserker. Nope. Okay. That'll actually work. I did have one that was not. Banana not maxed? Yeah, I have a weird foe situation in my NA. I've been done with my foes on NA for years, and I miscalculated and burned some foes that I shouldn't, and then went like, ah, shit. Yeah, so none of the foes that are there are relevant, so let's get rid of them. Buy a crappy purple scion, help me, help me. I love this song. Wajoom. I'm just keeping the foes in the mailbox. Yeah, you can. If it's like a 20 stack, that's perfectly fine. Heck, even I'd say like probably even like a 10 stack is a-okay. When you get under that, it may not be worth. Let me turn that off. If I turn it off, there's nothing. So therefore, we only have experience cards. I think I already bought all of my foes for the month. I did. Meanwhile, on JP, the only thing I haven't bought is my foes. And that actually just... Oh, chat, by the way, do your grill casting if you haven't. I do have my weekly stuff here, but the weekly stuff should all complete via the Lotto. I need one more heaven, one more good, and 15 females. We already recalled that the 15 females will be dealt with. Craft essences, I actually have decent room, so that's not an issue. Although, did I fill up? Yes. I got rid of pretty much all of the Valentine Seas. Why not get rid of the small stacks of 5 embers? Because who would I level? Extra copy. Extra copy. This needs to be leveled. This is my current 120 project. That's it. Like, don't get me wrong. I definitely can. And that is what we'll be doing here. But yeah, it's one of those deals where it's like I actually just don't have like anything to work on and I have to be careful because I'm going to be grinding a lot of embers. Let me take... Actually, can I filter it? There a rarity? There is a rarity. I love rarity filters. All right, all 4-star class specific embers, get the hell out. Technically, I could use those 4-star embers more efficiently, so I will save them. Yeah, when we get down to like 5 minutes, somebody remind me. You're leveling Kinoko Nasu. Time for another 120? Yep. Yeah, my NA account has been capable of 120ing MHXA for a while now. I just haven't done it. Offbeat, thank you for the 13. Appreciate it. Just got busy and forgot this month. That's why I said something, because obviously we're gonna have the lotto here, and so people are gonna be like, wait, I don't want to spend the time. They're gonna get distracted. I'm gonna remove anything that's like that small, because that's just daily login Hellfires of Wisdom. A 5 stack of a Hellfire of Wisdom, chat, is roughly the equivalent of a 15 stack of normal embers. That's not a bad one to leave in your inventory. But we shall see. Because I still have embers from last time. What else do I have left? 108 days. Get out. Okay, 133 I'll keep. That's basically, what? 4 months? No, that's plenty. That'll get me to Annie. Gonna use that just because that's a stack of good things for her. A new RPG, Claire Obscure, pre-downloaded for tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, I've like been paying a little bit of attention to it. I'm not sure that the overall like theme and style of that game is one that I'm interested in, but at least like the turn-based gameplay and the way they did that looks really badass. So we'll see. Like I'm gonna kind of like wait to see some of the like hands-on reviews of it and stuff like that. But the problem that I've got at this point is literally just time. Okay, I thought that was a 3 stack, but it's not. Yeah, I'll leave that for right now. Let's... What am I doing? I don't have to do this the manual way anymore. Give me all only 4 and 5 star. If you can save your 5-star embers, that's basically what I'm doing. Like that is only $50, maybe do it. Yeah, I'm gonna say, keep in mind, like, just because a game is cheaper does not necessarily make the game good, right? But I also do like the idea of supporting devs that and having an increased like desire to take a chance on devs that are pricing their game more fairly. Okay, as opposed to like, oh well, you know, I'm just gonna set it at $70 because I can, and then the game has like 20 hours of playtime in it, and you're like, okay, cool, now I'm just immediately done with it. I'm a huge proponent of replayability and like the amount of like actual time there is in a game being the main determinants for what a price of a game should be. Hello, Katana. How's it going? If it matches the vibes I like, yeah. Like I said, it's just I'm not sure it's for me, but I'm not gonna say it's like, oh, it's a bad game, right? Like I don't know. I don't know enough about the game yet. It does have a pretty star-studded cast. Like I think what is it like the one of the main characters, Renoir, is played by Andy Serkis. So oh, I see. Blatcher's been good investment. Repo too. Yeah, that's for better or worse. Like seeing some of these like cheaper priced indie games, it's like they have way more replayability and way more fun to them than some of the like AAA theme park. Oh, but we have good graphics games, and it's like I keep saying this over and over again, but it's like everybody likes good graphics, but graphics also have the least determinant factor for whether or not a game is good. It's just at the end of the day, what's going to determine if a game is good is how fun it is. And graphics can contribute to that, but they don't impact the mechanics necessarily. They don't make the game actually fun to play necessarily. If it's not fun, there's no point. Exactly. And you'll go through like a 20-minute tech demo of like, hey, but have you seen like the ray tracing and god rays that our game has? Like, you need to buy it. This game is so good. And it's like, okay. But like, what's the gameplay like? No, look at our god rays. It's like, okay, but is the game actually good? Stop looking at that. We spent so long on this. Don't pay attention to that. I was like, I get it. I understand that, like, developers put their heart and soul into video games. Putting a dollar amount on that is a, like, really sensitive subject to begin with. But at the end of the day, I can at least say this is like, my issue is usually not with the developers. It's usually with, like, at best, it's going to be like the lead dev. Or sorry, at worst, it's going to be the lead dev. At best, it's going to be the entire, like, board. And it's usually them who are the problem. Okay, so she's done now. I need to put my servants in the second archive, assuming I have room. Do I actually have room? We have room. Dun, dun, dun. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Told you, Chad, I could know a song just from the first couple like notes. Okay. This is like the last little bit of my maintenance that I need to do on my account before anything happened. But yeah, I probably shouldn't have spent those 5-star embers at all. I could definitely store some more craft essences if I need to, but 85 slots when I'm not going to roll is going to be plenty. Ain't no way I'm getting 85 drops. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Hmm. I'm gonna use those 5-star Berserker Embers. You'll get 500 C drops then? You don't understand, chat. It works both ways. I'm both acknowledging the fact that I won't and baiting the game to prove me wrong. Wait, not that. Touching you, sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. No, not that. Five minutes left? Okay. Chat, does somebody have the actual link? Really? Nice. Thank you, Age. Just so that, oh God. Just so that chat sees that I have it. Friggin' Windows with their snapping panes. Ah, yes. I don't have the grails to waste one twinning a unit. To just use them up either. Yeah, that's like, so this is the reason that I haven't 120'd MHXA. I easily could have. I easily have the Embers to finisher. Easily. Okay? But one, there's 6 more days remaining in Grail casting. And two, I literally only have like a certain amount of Grails at the current moment. Yeah, I have 13. Okay? So she's already on progress to 110. That means I have 5 more Grails to use on her. Then she'll be 120. She will reach 120 in this Lotto. From there, I have 7 more Grails. 8, well, 7, 9 if you can include the Grail casting for next month. And then I think it'll be 10 from the event, if memory serves. So at that point, that's not that many Grails that I have left. And the Grails are literally the only thing I can level anything with, chat. So we're going to reach that point of, oh shit, I might have to burn embers again. And the thing that I need you guys to understand is that we're going to be getting a nice influx of Grails with Ordeal Call. Unfortunately, I'm unlikely to hit that, or even if I do get to hit that and get all of that before the shop expires, I probably don't want to spend it. It really depends. I'd have to look at the Grail breakdown again. I think it's like, I'm gonna, obviously for Zerktoria, I'm gonna need, what, 15 to set aside for her? And I think we are going to get like 18 from the actual like handout. So shop will fully overlap at least. Okay. I'm just thinking because like That gives me 3 to spare here. Ah, 60 seconds remain. Volume warning? Oh, no. Max volume. My brain's too big, chat. I have to put this on a less big setting that foe can fit around my head. Okay. Flay me to the moon? Yes. Who needs eardrums anyways? Listen, I can't do anything about it because I literally can't control the volume of this yet. So, like, the second it starts, I will turn it down. I will kill song request preemptively, though. Also, turn Aurelia to make it look like she looking. There we go. Copium announcement. We announced that NA will get the 100 FP roll. God, I wish. Don't get me excited. You never know. They may talk about more stuff. So, otherwise, there won't be much here. I mean, again, this is a light version, so I'm not expecting very much other than like, hey, by the way, there's Lotto, which. Okay, there we go. Now, chat. God, that's on 10 volume. Now, chat. Y'all do know we have a Lotto guide out. So go check that out. Where did you get this faux hat? This faux hat was given to me from people that went to the FGO USA tour when they were here. I unfortunately did not get to go. I think the closest one to me was Atlanta. And that was on a really bad, like, weekend for me. I was gonna roll out some FP. Listen, I got 37 million. I'm waiting. I did go to Los Angeles, yeah. Unfortunately, for better or worse, because the Aniplex of America team is in California, I think it's literally in LA. Like, they do everything in LA. So it's rare that they go to conventions outside of that. The one that they consistently do is they usually go to Anime NYC. But beyond those, like beyond Anime Expo and Anime NYC, they really don't do too much over here in the States. Which I think is a mistake. I really do. Think with a lot of God? Yeah. No problem. Hopefully it helps you guys. Every anime event is only in LA. Not every single one, but yeah, a lot of them. Also, chat, this is just a premiere. It's not even a live. This is pre-recorded. Alright, hold on. Hold on.
Hello again.
Hi, everybody.
My name is Albert. I am the FGO localization producer here at Aniplex of America.
Oh, I like his jacket.
And I'm Michael, the assistant localization producer for FGO, also at Aniplex of America.
Thank you for tuning in to today's Caldea Broadcasting Station Light Volume 16, Ilias Karakuri Castle, Kashin Koji's Modest Ambition pre-release special. Whee!
Yay!
Ain't no way that got
April.
right.
It's April.
Speaking of April,
Did they
we
start
had a
doing
really
captions?
cool broadcast earlier this month.
we had a really fun broadcast.
Did you have fun filming that
Oh,
one?
I had so much fun.
It was a lot of work.
I think
for
they
you.
did.
Like I said, I wish every single one.
Be careful what you wish for.
I think
It
this
was
is
a fun
because
event.
I've had
we
it on in my videos.
arcade collab,
We did have the arcade collab. That was a lot of fun.
and then we had the April Fool's event.
We did have the April Fool's event.
So-
Hope you guys like baseball.
How did you do?
I didn't get
that
to
game?
play.
I think at one point I literally hit it out of the galaxy.
Whoa.
I know, right? I'm ready for
Whoa.
the major leagues.
Okay, well, we'll see about that.
Fine.
Yeah, this seems like this is more recent film.
Let's move on to the section that everybody's waiting for. Michael, not your story about bragging or going to the Major League.
Look,
maybe.
man, you asked me.
I asked you about the game.
I answered.
We have a couple information we want to share regarding the latest game update. So first, before we actually go into the event itself, the audio code pre-release pickup summon is currently happening. For more information on each servant's pickup period and other information, please check out the in-game news or the official website. And speaking of audio code, we have some information about that.
Also a video on this chat.
There is some reading, I think, that needs to be done.
Called Class Score Explained.
Michael.
Oh, so it's now. Right. Reading time. Okay. After completing operations in 7th Lost Belt, a new trial awaited Novum Chaldea. A new journey to correct the distortion of the bleached Earth, Operation Ordeal Call, has been put in motion. Reinvestigate the bleached Earth, strengthen your abilities as a master, and prepare for trials ahead.
So, once Bleached Earth is opened up to the players, new free quests and high difficulty quests will be continuously be released on the Bleached Earth. So, players who want to challenge themselves on these free quests will have to use your AP as well as a new item called Storm Pots. Players can get up to 3 Storm Pots as login bonuses each day, and you can only hold up to 9 Storm Pots at a time.
The chat, they're not like Tide
if
Pods.
you don't use them, you really don't get new ones anymore. So if you have some materials, obviously you want to farm.
You also only get them.
Quests, make sure you use up your daily storm pods so you don't waste them.
You only get the storm pods if you're done with the prologue.
These new quests will be available starting May 8th.
So make sure
players
that you
will
do
need
that.
to have completed the audio call prologue, as well as there's another quest you have to complete that's also going to be released on May 8th in order for you to participate in these free quests. Also, there will be a new upgrading system called the Class Score, which grants various enhancement effects to servants of a specific class, which will be, and this system will be newly introduced. Use the Storm Pods to travel through the Bleached Earth to earn Sense of Starlight, and you use the Sense of Starlight to unlock Class Score signs to strengthen class of your choosing. In addition, some signs are sealed with a Tor lock, and these signs will, in addition to completing quests, require players to use a new item called torches. There are 3 types of these torches based on the levels. Torches can be obtained by completing high difficulty challenge quests on the Bleached Earth or by completing certain missions.
Those are the unlockers.
Check out the news for more information on the class score system. And now we have gone through the information we want to share with everybody regarding Ordeal Call. Next, let's move on to the new information for the upcoming event, Ilias Karakuri Castle, Kashin Koji's Modest Ambition. So, I know you just read. I have more stuff for you to read.
Of course you do. One time, Albert. Just once.
Let's go. Let's start by going over the prologue text. I just don't like my voice. You sound better than I do.
Well, as much as I appreciate that, maybe I like... You know what? I'll just read the prologue. All right. Master and company start up the combat simulator for some training, but what appears before them is a castle filled with mischievous and quite dangerous obstacles and challenges devised by Cincinnati. I changed the simulator into a bounded field. You have to complete all the challenges to get out, so good luck! A minute singularity that has the potential to kill you. Its name, Ilias Karakuri Castle. Faced with an obstacle courses built under the supervision of an expert in illusion, will Master and their companions be able to overcome each stage of the challenge and safely reach the goal? A new kind of competitive festival, crowded with Chaldea's servants, begins now.
What does that mean?
What indeed?
We have a video to kind of show you the snippet of it, so let's take a look.
Oh god. Sorry, I had to turn that down. I really hope they deal with their volume control at some point. Please. Please. Please, just balance your volume. Does JP? Yes. Yeah, I wonder what that is. Totally not the Einsburg Castle. This totally isn't the Morgenfest obstacle course, just reimagined. Why did her eyebrows lift when she said that? It's also weird that you have, like, one version of Ilya talking to another version of Ilya. That's actually kind of odd. Because, like, even with Artoria, that almost never happens. Thank you, Senpai, as for the additional information. And they're all headed your way. Yes! Yes! Oh! Finally! Yes! 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 Oh! More! We just saw you, Locusta. You're gonna try to poison us, aren't you? This is literally Nasu. Oh, hi, Draco. See, I do think it's kind of stupid that they immediately, like, throw the unit right in the very next event, but I guess it's fine. This is Roma! No! No! Well, this singularity won't fix itself, Chan. It is funny, though, they basically haven't brought them together since, like, Prisma.
That looks like an obstacle course I will not pass the first stage of. Actually,
somebody
I might
had to
even
do
just
the
go,
yo
like,
chat.
boop, fall into the pit. Let's hope
That
I
pit
don't fall
had
on the
spikes in it.
Let's hope I don't fall on the spike. Like, I'll just be like, you know, like shape around the spike.
Just like gonna very carefully fall so you don't land in it.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there are a
Yes.
lot of servants who are planning that. Definitely among those, my money's on Don Quixote. I think he's gonna take home the gold.
Oh,
Don
really?
Quixote?
When I look at that little 2-foot tall guy,
Don
I think,
Quixote
like, that's
will
the
be
guy
the
who
best
can
thing
win
in the
an
event.
obstacle course
I'm
like
calling
that.
it right now.
So, go through the event, figure it
Go
out.
through the event, see how it plays out.
So, speaking of the event, let's take a look at the event.
Yeah,
so,
let's just
there will
do.
be two type of quests. So, the free quests and the super difficult stage quests. Players will have the opportunity to get a bunch of great rewards by exchanging event items or spinning the prize roulette. That's right, guys. It's box gacha time.
Box time, yes.
There's no limit in spending
You mean
the
lotto
prize
time.
roulette. So, open 100, 200. Go ahead.
Show us how many you can open.
Me, I do like, I don't know, 20 and my finger hurts.
Wow, Albert.
There are also super difficult stage quests where players will not be
No
able to
comment.
use support servants from players' friend or the follow list. These 6 quests each have unique conditions and rules, and the recommended levels to play these quests are over level 80. We'll go through more in details what these super difficult stage quests are later on. To participate in the event, players will need to have completed Singularity F, Flame Contaminated City Freaky. Play through the free quest to collect
Flame
Ilias
Contaminated City
Karakuri
Freaky.
Castle Pass and use them to spin the prize roulette. The items you see on the left are what you can get from the roulette. And delicious, delicious skill gems.
Okay.
Okay.
Players can also collect
That is
event exchange items such as Karakuri water gun, Karakuri
Weird.
helmet, etc. from the free quest. And what you see on the right are the lineup of rewards that you can exchange for delicious upgrade materials.
I need you to stop that.
no. I need you
But
to do it more,
for
Albert.
me, skill.
This is actually
skill
a better
gems are
version of
always
Albert.
The one that's really never enough.
I like
I agree, and then you
unhinged
made it
Gooner
weird.
Albert.
So make sure to use this opportunity to store up precious upgrading.
Yeah, some of these are very
and
hard to
essential
come by.
materials.
Thank you, Sick.
And let's
Appreciate
talk
it.
about the super difficult stage quests.
They're not
super
difficult at all.
stage quests will each have a unique set of rules to defeat the
Super
enemies.
easy.
Players will only get to choose one from their own server roster, and the rest will consist
It's
of five fixed
set-
servers who challenge
Set
these
units
quests.
and one of
As
your
mentioned
own.
earlier, players will not be able to use support servers from their friends or follow list, and these may pose a real challenge, but completing all six
This
of
is
super difficult
literally
stage quests
the
will reward
easiest
players with
EQs in a
total
Lotto
of
have ever
6
been.
summon tickets.
Okay, so we've just covered
I
how
love
to
them.
play
They're
the
great.
event, so what,
Stop putting
what do we got
EQs
for
in
us
Lotto.
next?
More free stuff!
Oh, sweet.
So next, I'm going to share the command codes that you can get as rewards for playing the event. So here we have Pygmalion Chisel Out, Artificial Kunoichi, and Comrade of the Snow Child. As I said, these are, I love to match them with servants where the reference
The
is
demonic
to.
one's good.
And a
Same thing
lot
with the
of
arts one.
these, we have different system now in addition to your traditional leveling, upgrading of your skills. A lot of these provide that extra oomph that you need. So when you fight a certain boss, they don't end with 100 HP and then they do MP next turn and
Yeah.
you get wiped out. Let's not do that.
We don't like that here. That was a very specific example, Albert.
And then also I think throughout the multiple events we have seen a lot of these command codes have similar effect, especially you see a lot where the engraved cards get critical strength boost, some
Yeah.
gets like a
I like it.
HP
He's more
boost,
unhinged.
charge
It's
boost,
good.
and stuff like that.
It makes it interesting.
There are a lot of servants that can all benefit from these cards, and then sometimes you need, you might say, all 5 of my cards I want critical strength boost stuff on
Yeah.
it. So all these addition to the great art and some of it that you can match it with the servant that's related to. A lot of this that depend on how you want to build out your servants. You might need some of us that will match the servant skill kit better, and you can swap.
Yeah, this is
out
Albert
and
Alter.
See which one.
Is what it is.
They're a great way.
He's got
of getting
energy.
a little extra oomph out of a team composition that you have,
And
like
he's unhinged.
arts crits on the Comrade of the Snow Child, or just kind of more general crit approach with Pygmalion Chisel Out. But there's a lot of shortfalls you can compensate for with these command codes.
And especially when it comes to difficulty quests, special attack boost actually helps out a lot in getting higher damage towards some of the tougher enemies.
Yeah, and when you're dealing with big numbers like
Yeah.
and Noble Phantasms and crit, that 15% becomes a tremendous amount of damage.
So definitely play through the event, add these to your collection, and hopefully they help out with your build. Next, let's go over some helpful hints and strategies for the event. Let's first talk about the bonus servants. So these will be the servant who will receive event bonus. Their attack strength will go up by 50% and their bond point gain will go up by 20%. Next, so we already talked about the command codes for the event, so let's talk about the event limited craft essences. So there are 2 craft essences you can get for this event. So House of Repose, you can get all 5 copies from the prize roulette, and then Winner's Eye, you can get 4 copies from the event item exchange, and you must follow
That Lotto C is really good, by the way,
free
chat.
quests. But
Worthy
for
of a
free
level
quests,
100.
you also get event items,
You
and
do.
you also get the castle pass, so
Yeah.
you can do more prize roulette.
And every copy of that you have makes doing the free quests more worthwhile because you're
Yeah.
getting more roulette tickets. So it's a good use of your time.
So both of these are great art, and for House of Repose, you get increased attack strength by 100%, and then Winner's Eye, like what Michael just talked about,
There's a few, yeah.
increase Iliak's Karakuri
The one on the
Castle
right,
Pass,
okay.
the drop amount by 1, or when you maximum break it is 2. So the effects themselves are pretty good as well. For the House of Repose, you get Guts, and you increase HP recovery amount by 10%. When you max limit break it, it's 20%. For yourself, it matches very well with the art.
It does. That makes a lot of sense.
And then for Winner's Eye, you get 25%, max limit break it, 30% special attack riding skill, and begin the battle with MP charge at 30%, max limit break it for 50%. For yourself, and we always talk about the 50%, MP charge.
Isn't it niche? It is, but it's still pretty good.
For me, it's almost kind of like a standard for me now. For all my attackers, I have it on unless
it's a 30% power mod
for
against
some,
riding.
I can have my support servant just start with 100% with their skills. But the super difficulty quest, remember, you can only bring one of your own servants. So a lot of these MP charge cards will be very, very beneficial.
Extremely.
Not going to be a big deal.
Next,
we have event limited craft essences.
Yes.
Does that then also mean we have limited time craft essences?
of course. So, next
Good
we'll
catch,
take a
Mike.
look at the 3 limited time craft essence that you will get from the pickup summons. So we have the 4-star Diviner's 8 Stone Leap, and then we have the 5-star Princess in
5,
Silks, and then the 3-star
Leap?
Gimmick Master. So each of this correspond to the event items that you will get from playing through the free quest, and they will help you farm those items a lot quicker, so you can clean up the shops.
I personally don't look very often.
Just not ever.
You can
do
use
that
the gotcha
again.
C's until you get the Lotto
Especially not
C's,
when
but
you're
once you get the Lotto
6
C's,
inches
just
to my right.
ditch it.
Everybody has that noise. I'm not
freaks
talking
them
about the
out.
event anymore. When everybody has that voice. Sounds like the styrofoam.
Good or
like,
mad? They're kind of mad.
I'm sure some people they can hear it in their brain and they're like, some is like the chalk.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
When you're doing it, yes.
Can I think
That's what that means. Can we get back to the event?
Yes.
Can we
Yes.
just, hey, so more,
So why
more
don't you talk
topical.
about the
think he's
process?
had
More
Yeah.
topical,
Pain.
yeah.
Yes,
So
yes.
I have a real love of Diviner's 8 Stone Leap has that you get stars when they come out onto the field.
Right.
I love that for team setups where it's like I rotate this guy in and I know that I have crits ready to go
Yes.
because that craft
Yeah,
essence has
it's
it. So
like
I
he's on
love
a
that for
sugar
challenge
high or
quests when
something like.
I know I'm going to be moving around my lineup. I love to be able to bring someone in and have crit stars on them right away.
It's all
Yeah.
that void does.
And then for Princess in Silks, we get art card effectiveness increase plus the card, and effectiveness increase, and also critical strength increase. And you also get stars each turn. So we, a lot of this it's MP sometimes. It's not always the solution. It depends on who
It's
you're
always the
fighting
solution,
for.
chat, don't listen.
I've seen some pretty good crit builds. And to be honest, a lot of times being able to do critical damage and secure some star for yourself is actually a really
Exactly.
it's a beneficial side.
With as many servants now as have abilities that do additional effects if you consume crit stars, I love having basically a crit star income
Yeah.
per turn.
And then for MP gain increase for the 3-star Gimmick Master, MP gain increase obviously even though it's not a flat charge, but of course during the cooldown time of your MP charge skills for a lot of the art supporters, be able to gain more of their MP back to support the team even more. It's also very beneficial as well. Now obviously, depending on your team setup, you might be able to put all 5-star CEs on your servants, but depends. Sometimes you want to balance the team by having stronger servants, and you can balance it using 3-star craft essence.
You do, and the MP gain increase is nice on stall teams because that would also increase when they're getting hit.
Yes.
Michael,
you're
what's a
getting more out
stall
of that as
team?
well.
And then having the damage card, 200 is not a lot, but sometimes that's the difference between
I have
does
been
that
alive.
activate does that activate your guts or not. So
I've been alive with double-digit health before, so I will take every little bit I can.
The
Yes.
card is-
Okay, so we've had command codes, we've had craft essences. What am I forgetting? There's not a servant for this event, is there?
No.
of course there will be a new servant. So
Oh.
let's take a look at the video. Boom.
I also have a video on her tab.
魔眼起動全家臣兵装並列キラ殲滅殲滅殲滅殲滅
Hey, chat, do you like Spider?
獅子奮陣見印ちょうだい
So, we have the new servant here. The new servant will be 5-star SSR assassin
Yeah, Scooter
Kashin
Woman.
Koji, who will show up for the first time in this event.
Pretty cool. I mean, this is a weird thing about me. I think spiders are awesome. So I'm into the design. Yeah, exactly that. So I like the design. Assassins, kind of one of those like
Albert turned into a spider.
there are more rider bosses than you would think in this game, and I would have loved way back when I had to fight a certain king in Camelot to have had a better assassin than I had.
What is he doing?
Spider assassin would be great.
So, let's take a look at the spec of Kashin Koji. So,
Okay.
Noble Phantasm has a medium chance to inflict bind, 1-turn chances increases with overcharge, and deal powerful bind special attack damage. Special attack damage increases with overcharge, and low chance to inflict death to all enemies. So not only Kashin Koji's Noble Phantasm deals special attack damage, the effect of
Something's
the Noble
wrong with it. I think
Phantasm
something's right
has
with
a
them.
chance to guarantee that their Noble Phantasm will be able to guarantee.
The effect that
This
the
feels
Noble
like this is his
Phantasm is
real
dealing extra
personality,
damage
in all
from
honesty.
is also part of the Noble Phantasm and applies potentially.
Thank you. That's why you're reading all the prologues.
That's why I'm where.
That's why you're reading all the prologues.
Oh crap! I just agreed.
Like, we're actually
And
getting
also, low
him
chance to inflict death,
as opposed to
sometimes
him
that's
just
actually
being
very beneficial,
like
especially
low
if you're
T
dealing
Albert.
with, some enemies that have high HP.
Yeah.
You
Or just really annoying
We start
abilities.
seeing enemies that can do debuff as well. And sometimes when you depend on what kind of final stage you're looking at, you might be looking at, like, say, a boss enemy versus side enemy you just want to get rid of sooner. So it's actually a really good kind of like a AoE damage dealer and kind of a crowd control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, you pair them with somebody who's got a debuff success up, and you're going to be likely landing more bind, doing more damage.
Yeah.
So definitely a lot of ground to be covered with a servant like this. And I really like that it applies the effect before dealing the damage there.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of opportunity to get in that extra bit of damage.
Yeah. And then, so a good AoE damage dealer plus kind of like a crowd control.
Yeah.
So very beneficial. So definitely think about adding Kashin Koji to your roster.
Spiders are friends. I mean, Albert's making it weird, but spiders are friends.
But
Let's move on.
let's take a look at the pickup summon.
There's going to be one of those, right?
Yes, there will be. So, in addition to the new servant Kashin Koji, Kato, Danzo, and Fuma Evil Wind Kotaro will also be picked up in this summer banner. So, let's take a look at when the banner and event will be released. The release date for Ilias Karakuri Castle Kashin Koji's Modest Ambition is going to be
Tomorrow.
April 24th, right after the maintenance.
4 a.m.
Yay!
chat. Lagging.
For participating in the event we mentioned earlier, all you have to do is clear Singularity
6.5 hours.
CD Fuyuki. So, no matter where you are in the main story progression, you'll be able to participate in this event. But do make sure that you level your servant to at least the minimum recommendation, which is 80. So you'll be able to challenge the super difficult quest as well to get the rewards.
Oh, is it
Wow,
ending?
Albert, thanks for all that.
No
You just knew
problem.
everything about that.
The icon in the
course.
bottom right popped
And
up.
I actually have more information to share next. So there
Okay, maybe
will be
not.
a special website for the event, and if you share the special website on social media, you can get an original wallpaper for your smartphone. So go check it out next. In addition, we'll be giving away X icons and desktop wallpaper featuring an original illustration. For more information, please check out the in-game news article or the official
Two
website.
Ilias and a
So this
Danzo.
is the original illustration. We have the original illustration. This is drawn by Makoto Kawai, and this is actually a very cute,
It's really cute.
a very cute illustration. So definitely participate in the giveaways and get this for your desktop wallpaper. And finally, we have reached our social media goal for the events campaign. Thank you everyone who participated to reach this goal. As a reward, everyone will receive 6 cents
Not unless they
in
cheated.
a few days, so please check out your present box later on. And that's all the information we have for today. So definitely participate in the event, participate in the giveaway to get a very cute illustration that's drawn or specifically for this event. And that's it for the CBS Live. We hope you guys all enjoyed the event. Any closing
Yeah,
comments?
they'd have had to have included the
I'm very
the
excited
reminder
for this event
amounts.
and also for strawberries. And to never, ever hear that again. Ever.
Do it again.
Actually, really want strawberries. You know, you see those like strawberry parfait that's just like
I know.
this tall.
Where can we go to get a strawberry parfait right now?
We'll find a place. Anyway, so if anybody has a recommendation in LA, let us know.
Put it in the comments. We'll be watching.
Anyway, that's it for today's CBS Live. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
That was actually a really fast one. It was only 25 minutes long. So, just real quick, chat. Obviously, they're going to end it there. There was a couple of things that they didn't mention that I noticed. The first and foremost was, where was it? When they were talking about the bonus. Where's the bonus? Yeah, here. So they were talking about this and they're like, hey, here's your bonus units. I mentioned this before, but as a bit of a PSA, we still have the Evocation Festival ongoing. It will continue to go through like the entire first week of the Lotto. So for the entire first week of the Lotto, any of those Evocation Festival units will also be getting bonus here because it's just going to overlap and it applies to literally everything. So as a result, as long as you're using one of those welfare units in one of your comps, you can get damage bonus that way too. So it's actually a really nice thing. I think it's going to allow for at least expanded capability in certain things like, say, for instance, Nobu, who's also anti-writing, combined with the anti-writing Lotto CE, combined with the damage bonus from the Evocation Festival, is going to be kind of popping off in some of the nodes. So you are going to have the capability at least to kind of get a little bit more depending on what unit you're using. What else was it? There was a second thing, but I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I've referred to the Sand of Starlight as Stardust for a long time. That's how it's been referred to on JP. It's just another one of those, hey, they localized it different type of things. They did kind of localize the names, the names of the unlockers a little bit different down here, but that's fine. I kind of knew this one would be up in the air because usually longer, more complex interpretations are subject to like opinion and stuff like that. So I'm not really that surprised about that. Again, I mentioned during the stream, you do have to have done the ordeal called Prologue in order to unlock your storm pods. I have a video out talking about this. You guys can go check it out. It's again called Class Score Explain. I talk about all the Bleached Earth stuff. I'll also probably sit down and like kind of give you guys a little bit of advice for what to do with the first batch. But that'll be post Lotto, so no major rush on that. We should get this literally the day the Lotto ends. So in that regard, we're actually due in for quite a bit of rewards. And this is another PSA that I need to kind of tell you guys about. Keep in mind that you will be getting a huge influx of resources from this campaign when it goes live. So as a result, certain things like, for instance, QP, you're going to get a ton of it. You need to actually like kind of make room for it as you're rolling out your boxes. Don't just sit there and be like, oh, I know, I'll cap out on QP and then have the event end and then be given 700 million QP and then have it all go to waste. So you want to make sure that you're getting some use out of that and keeping some room. So if you maybe delay rolling out some of your boxes until after those rewards are given out, that's fine. 700 million? Yes. So make sure you guys have a plan for that so that you don't waste it. Because again, you don't want to see people like wasting all of that stuff. Trying to think if there's anything else here with regards to this. Don't worry about this system. I'm sure a lot of people are overwhelmed by it. It's kind of a difficult system to explain at face value. It's very much you gotta like get your hands on it to understand it. But I'm gonna tell you, it's actually a lot more simple than it appears at first glance. They're throwing out a lot of these new names and features at you. It's basically just a new set of nodes that require these storm pods to do. It will still cost you AP on the side as well as the storm pod. So you're only going to get 3 runs a day. And if you basically do the runs, you're going to get increased like rewards from doing that. And you're also going to only have those 3. You can only keep up to 9 of the storm pods at any given time, so you basically have to use them every 3 days at worst. It's kind of a player retention mechanic that they've put in the game just to make sure people are doing it. Hilariously, a ton of people on JP didn't use them at all. They basically didn't bother with their storm pods. They didn't do anything with the class score. And what we're seeing right now currently on JP is a major push by the devs to try to get people to actually kind of accumulate and work on their class score, which tells me that at least the devs are viewing it as a much more essential thing for progression. We don't really know how essential it will be, but I do think this is going to be something that's going to play into the grand system and all of that. So make sure you guys are working on this. Don't just let it like slack over time. The kind of jury's still out as to how essential it truly is. I'm not going to say like you have to be like anal retentive about it or anything like that, but make sure you're actually doing what you need to. Did they mention if they were bringing any quality of life early for events? No, they did not. But yeah, this I was not really expecting them to talk about this, but I guess in retrospect I should have, because this was something that they have previously announced. And again, we got the Lotto event. I did kind of want to point out that like as we started this out, we kind of got in and they literally just like jumped into news assuming. So this was really funny to me. They assumed that everybody knew what the stream was about when it's literally just FGO Chaldea Broadcasting Station US Branch Light Volume 16. I think with their like advertisements on Twitter and stuff, they advertised it was going to be about the upcoming event, but in the actual stream they didn't really like make it clear what the stream was about until you got all the way to this point. Like again, let's see how deep in is this. So it started about the 28-minute mark and it's at the 23-minute mark, so like almost like 5 minutes into the stream before they actually clarified that this was what the stream was about. That's not a huge deal. Like I said, I just noticed that and I was like, that's really weird that it took them that long to get around to the major premise of it. So it is what it is. But I just want to say, I really do like a high energy Albert. I actually really appreciate that. If Albert ever sees any of these reactions to his video, please, Albert, keep doing it. You are so much better when you're actually, lively and animated compared to, like I like to call it, low T Albert that just sits there like a bump on a log and just like you can almost tell it's like he just doesn't want to be there. So it's definitely something he needs to not do. He's the face of the game on the NA server. He absolutely needs to set a better example than that. So him being like this, even if it is wacky and crazy, I think it's better. I think it actually shows some enthusiasm, some energy, and I think that's what these streams need more of, is him actually kind of being a little bit more of himself and not being so, kind of reserved and quiet about things. So yeah, I think he works best when he kind of has a crowd to play off of. And even if that crowd is literally just Michael or whoever's sitting there filming for him, it's definitely a thing. My only criticism of this stream is going to literally be that their balance in the audio is still just fucking atrocious. It's got to get better. I really want to see that improve for them. But yeah, that was the live stream in a nutshell. Nothing unexpected, but well, other than Albert. And in that regard, I definitely appreciated this live stream a lot more than some of the other ones that they've done. Do we expect half AP storm pods during events early? No. Chat, let me just cut you off right here. Should we expect blank early? The answer is no. I don't know how else to say this. You should never expect anything early. It doesn't mean things like that won't happen. It doesn't mean you can't watch out for it. Just don't expect it. Never expect to get something early, because the devs have shown time and time again that like the features that like the community wants early the most are the things that they usually don't bring early the most. And that's because they're often restricted for reasons that like people don't understand. You only disappoint yourself? Yeah, I thought that was a relatively good event and good stream, and I hope they continue that energy going forward. Also, kind of wild to me that we're only on the volume 16 of this, but I think it's like originally they weren't calling the live streams the Chaldea Broadcasting Station. So it is what it is. I think this has just been since they've been doing the YouTube like what's the word I'm looking for, like premiere format, as opposed to doing actual live streams, which I still want to say doing a premiere way better for them. They need to stick with that. So I would like some advice on something. Okay. How deep am I going in this Lotto? I haven't decided. I know that sounds wild because we're literally like hours out from the event. I haven't decided. And the reason I haven't decided, chat, is because this is all I need for the next 2 years. And only one of these materials even is found anywhere in the Lotto, and that's this one. And ironically enough, this material is like actually is in another Lotto. So I'm probably going to do enough to cap out my QP. I'm probably going to do enough to finish my 120 projects. And from there, we'll see. Because like, let's see, what were the items that we get in this Lotto specifically? So pages, night metals, chains, fangs, and bones. Well, a little overkill on the fangs. Only got about 3,000 extra. A little overkill on the bones. Only got about a 5,000 extra. Chains, I've got about 3,000. Night metals. Night metals, I only have 942. What was the other one? Pages? Oh god, no, that ain't gonna go good. Yeah, pages. The issue for me in this one is not just that these mats are old. These are some of the most frequent materials found at a Lotto. So these two, that's had multiple Lottos. And then it was pages and night metals. Pages have definitely been in multiple Lottos. Night metals! Is this our, I think this is our third for night metals. So yeah, we're a lot of these have kind of been in a Lotto a lot. So that's the issue at play here. Page being high demand by sports though. Oh yeah, it's a thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say like you guys don't need this and stuff like that. This is just a thing. Like for me, like in the next 2 years for things that I have uncompleted, I only have 343 more pages than I need. I literally am sitting on 3,500, and I'm gonna get more. So it's like shit. And I don't factor like lotto boxes into any of this, so it be what it be. It's like you can see, it's like right here, these are the two that I actually need to be farming. I literally just updated it, Flare. Speaking of, what did we finished what's her face? Finished Locusta. Locusta is all the way up to max there, so that'll peel back whatever it was that she needed for Ascension. Oh, look, chat, Paige. Sweet, now I need more pages. Yeah, it's just gonna be a thing. Speaking of which, what is my plotted allotment for her? Actually, those materials are not terrible for me. Really, the eggs are the worst, so Locusta Secret Caster, yes. So I'm sitting on about 500,000 QP, or sorry, 500 million QP. I don't know why, it's like old school me. I think it's 1,000 rather than million. So I think Locusta was 9,410 is what I had her at. Nine four ten. Yep. Are you getting a 999 all your servants? I honestly, it wouldn't take that much more for me to do that. Like, it would be like going back and like the problem would be materials that I'm not very like shored up on. So like, I'll give you an example. Probably something, like besides what I'm already still needing, it would be things like, oh, hey, like meteor shards, where it's like I'm ahead on meteor shards, but not by much. Or like, for instance, you can see your eggs. Wonder if they'll ever increase the QP cap. I mean, they have done it once, but only the one time. So the reason that they increased the QP cap originally was because they added the append system to the game. In theory, they've now added a fourth and a fifth append since then. So I guess they could expand it again. I don't really expect them to. How many servants am I missing? On this account, it's probably in the realm of like 16 different units out of everything that's been released. Okay, so now she is skilled up. 9 4 10. That means that's gone. You can click on enhance on the bottom of the Chaldea servant page. Wait. You changed it manually. Oh, so what? So like set everything back to 1? And then hit enhance? That didn't do anything. It just changed everything to 1. You're able to pull up what resources you need. How did you do that? Just give me a second. I'll show you. Change the levels to the ones you have now. actually never realized you could do that. Like, this is one of the things I like about Kill the App. There's a lot to it, but it's so much so that like even me like normally using it every now and then, I still haven't figured some of this crap out because I just don't use it every day. And it'll subtract it. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's very nice. It really is. I never realized you could do it that way. So you wanted to know, Annika, how So I normally go down to statistics. Now, keep in mind, I have a plan. The plan is loaded out with literally all of the servants, both where I have them and where I want them to go. I also have all of my items loaded out in here so that I know like how much of any individual material I have. So then I can come in here in statistics, and this will show my demands as this first tab up here. So down here at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see subtract owned and subtract event. So what you'll also want to do is, where is it? Wait, where did they put that? No. There's a place that they put the upcoming like banners and schedules and events. Someone for banners? Yeah, where are the events though? Event for events. Oh god. I was looking right past it. So if you come in here into the event tab, you can like literally turn on events. You want to turn on every event that you haven't done. So basically, and it'll, as you go through, it'll just like be like, okay, you got the stuff from that, right? But so like for instance, right here, you guys can see, let's see, what is this? It's JP 2020. So it actually goes down in terms of date. So as we move towards the bottom here, you're going to see some stuff that I don't have turned on. So like, for instance, here's the 8th anniversary craft essence exchange shop. I don't care about that. It doesn't impact my actual like essential materials, right? Hunting quest, you can turn it on. I don't bother to because then it's not included in the calculations. And then if I need to farm it, I can. Uolga Marine is its own thing. Anniversary campaign, like if you're trying to like hard track like foes and lores and stuff like that, you can turn this stuff on. I don't. I just handle all that stuff manually. Trial quest, same thing. It's like all you're going to get from that is like maybe a drop from the node and a ticket. Recollection quests. Was that? That's the that was the Van Gogh event. That's the Christmas event. That's the Phantasm Moon raid. But it's technically an event. That's New Year's. Could be anything at New Year's. The Bichon event. What is this? Is that the Ordeal Call 3 re-release? Like the main interlude? Yeah. Recos for Ordeal Call 2. The Ononokomachi event, which was Valentine's, I think. Chaldea Boys. That's the Craft Essence Exchange. That's our current rerun that just ended. And what is this? This is the ruler banners? That's really weird. Unless that's part of the download campaign. I don't remember. But anyway, so I came in here and I turned them all on. So technically now I've even added more resources that I didn't know that I had access to. Now as I come in here, like you can see again, coming back into statistics, it's like, oh man, you need all these things. This is my true needs. This is how much I need of each given material. But this is irrespective of how much I have in my account. So if I subtract from the amount that I have owned, aka the materials I already have in my account, boom, it like majorly just absolutely like chunks it. Then if I subtract events, so the amount that I'm going to get from events, boom, this is literally all I need. Holy crap, these numbers just got way better. Like, so it's funny because, oh my god, stop that piece of crap. It's funny because like these materials sunk down even more because events that I added in the end are going to add these materials. So I need them even less. Where's the statistics button? It's right here in between NP charge and import. Right there, this thing. Blur deal call. Yeah, it's because it's so small on the screen. I could click on it and figure it out, but I was just like, man, I'm not sure, right? Cool, thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Glad to help. Like I said, I recommend everybody do these things because if you guys use a planner app, it makes your life so much easier. I think that's a little bit why I've noticed like certain people get basically get like really ornery sometimes about like farming in the game, is they don't want to have to like think about these things. And I'm gonna be real with you, I don't want to have to think about them either. That's why I use a planning app, right? But so it's like I think like they don't want to do any of it, so they don't bother. And then like the realization of like how much they need to them probably feels like it's like a massive undertaking. So they don't want to look at it. You can set up monthly tickets too. Yeah, there's like, you can do a lot with this. You can absolutely go through and be like, hey man, I've got like all of this stuff in here. Actually, where is the monthly tickets? I do remember that it's a thing, but is it also under event or is it elsewhere? Change ticket, yeah. It's got to be what's currently a thing. Right? This game server NA. We should be here in April. Right here. Yeah, because this is my my current issue. And you can see, not only can you see the amount that I have, this is, I believe, the amount that I'm overkill by. So technically, yeah, I should actually be taking the ley lines here. Though to be fair, these are so close that like Liz is literally covered in the amount that I have. So like right here, I can just go like boom. This next month coming up here as May, I can be like, damn, I really want this. But how do I plot it in Avalon? Not the icon? Bro, what? I'm... So this is if I logged in every day for that month and exchanged it all 4 times. Boom. God damn. So, and I'm gonna say this, chat, too. This is one of the reasons why when people complain about like how hard it is to actually get materials in FGO, it's really not as bad as they think it is. It really isn't. People are like, man, the free quests suck. I'm like, you're right. You get materials in so many other ways. Free quests are like, hey, I need it. I'm going to go spend my AP on it. But they're also, objectively speaking, like the worst way to get materials. Okay? So it is what it is. Used to be a lot worse, yeah, but it's like they're massively improved. All right, so the next one after that's that. So boom, there's another 120 from that. God, the next one after that. Holy shit, dude. So like literally the next 3 months coming up, just go bam, 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 and hit my 3 most needed materials. That is wild for me. Excellent. I love it. And then after that, we go back to like not much of anything. Oh my god, the freaking... Really? It comes back again? And then again? And then we get the new mat there? You know what? Hold on. I need 42 there. Wait, was that 25 times 4? Yeah. Bump that up to 26. And then let's say 4 times 4. Well, chat. I think I beat FGO. Avalon, why did you show this to me? Like, fuck. Let me go back in. Let me turn those off. I don't want to see that. This is harmful to my psyche. But it's good to know. It basically means I don't have to do very much and I'll be taken care of. And the reason I want to turn this back off, chat, is because there is a timeliness factor to materials. What do I mean? Well, basically, if I don't get the materials sooner and instead wait them out later, that's definitely something I can do. But I may find that I can't use the unit then. So it's probably not a good idea. I do at least want to grind some. But yeah, I think this is probably one of the biggest issues that the JP devs have. And I'm dead serious. And nobody really talks about it. But it is just a factor of like, the devs give out so many mats now that you don't need to do that much farming. The game is very generous. Yep, that looks like my normal numbers. They're going to time them correctly and then triage. Yep. What are you turning off right now? So what I turned off right there is that was me turning off the monthly tickets so that they would not be part of my projection. Because if those are in my projection, then I go like, shit. I don't actually have anything to do. But Avalon's right. It's like this may be the time at this point to start looking at like expanding my needs. The problem is, as you guys saw, I could expand every single one of my needs to 999. It wouldn't impact this lotto. It wouldn't. And part of the issue with this as well is that, like, while I'm not at 999, my accounts are very well taken care of. It, like, everything is like, usually like 2 of the skills are at 9 in most units cases. So it's definitely an issue. I love my 999 plan for Ben K, but yeah. I will sit on LB7 nodes for a long time. It's probably the deal with me as well, but it's good to know that, like, I quite literally can deal with, like, every single material need through tickets. And so, like, you're still going to catch me in the LB7 nodes. You're still going to catch me doing the ordeal call stuff, because at the end of the day, there's always future concerns. There's always future units. And there's enough materials in the game that's like, you guys can see, you're not necessarily going to get the material right away from like the tickets and stuff. So the class score needs. Is there a way to just turn it all on? Signed and set? Wait, I'm confused. Go to the class? Oh, okay. Sign. And what, 1 on target? And then kind of tedious, but better than having to do every single one by one. I just, because of that, I hadn't even planned on like putting it in here. But I also know it's like, honestly, ordeal call doesn't actually increase material needs by such a significant amount that it's likely to cause me problems. I honest to God, I'll be surprised if it even changes any of the amounts that I need. Come on. Yeah, it like, I think it bumped these two a little bit. Oh. Shells came back. Like nothing else changed. These two bumped up and then shells returned. It's the only map. And it's really funny too, because we have the ordeal call nodes coming, and the ordeal call nodes are like easy chat. So letting go of all I've held on to till you make me move. Dude, it's been forever since I've heard this song. Literally nothing changed as well. Yeah. Christmas Lotto seashells. I'm not even gonna need till the Christmas Lotto. Like chat, we literally get an ordeal call node, a bleached earth node, okay? A bleached earth node that gives seashells. And that will be what I sit on. Which is hilarious because that will almost preclude me needing the Christmas Lotto as a result. Dad could 120 all his saber faces if he had all my grails. No, I couldn't. Even if I had all of your grails, I could not. I could maybe do like 10. If only we had the OC dust node early. No, Avalon, you can't have nice things. Avalon, come on, you just gotta do a dust lotto. That's all you have to do. Just do a dust lotto, Avalon. And then you'll be good. And then you won't need it. By the time we get a lotto, I'm done. There's a dust node eventually, yeah. There's a lot of good stuff in the Bleached Earth nodes, but this is just a thing. This is funny. The 60,000. But this is the real problems here, chat. And I'm gonna tell you flat out, this isn't an issue, and this isn't an issue. It's this. You can see, like, you need half as many as you do the prior unlockers. However, they've given out like a 10th as many as the other unlockers. So it's really like, I don't know what they're going to do, but I do assume eventually they're just going to give us a bunch of torches. Avalon gets a dust lotto when it isn't his birthday, so never. I'm using 2 times MLB dust C's for the dust node. Yep. And that's something where it's like, it's really good for that. Just having those materials if you know you're just going to sit down and farm a node over and over and over again. But yeah. Actually, can we see what nodes we get first on Bleached Earth? I know App Media had it, but I don't know if fandom details it. Free Quest has it? Does it show them in order though? Yeah, this might be in order. This is the release date notes. Yeah, please do. But I think it's right here. I think it's East Europe, Russia, West United States, South United States, East United States, and Hawaii. I want to say like Hawaii's the cutoff. And I think this is all our first batch. Are you talking about our deal call? Yeah. I'd like to make a quick PSA about this because I think to a degree, like, in the same way that like people wanted to know, like, hey, what should I do for like the evocation festival? Like, who should I pick? Yada yada yada. I think it's like it's probably going to be a good idea for like, hey, just TLDR, like, go here, do this, right? Because I can tell chat what it is right now without even looking, but I want to be sure. Yeah, I think it's to this Hawaii node. I think. Oh, and then Hawaii has two. I forgot about that. They sometimes sneak one in there like this. Ooh. I know Elizabeth is. I think this one is. I know this one is. I think this one is. I know this one is. And I know this one is. I don't think Oceania is there. So it should be 5 nodes. Yeah, East Europe, Russia, West United States, South United States, East United States. Wait, Hawaii. That's 6. Bullets. Okay, bullets and ice, caster pieces. Yes. Mixed blue gems. Yes. Shells and feathers. Yes. And QP. Mixed blue gems is Columbus. Really? So it's North Oceania? If you go to Cal the app, they released an order. Thank you. That's not what I want. Yeah, it's war, isn't it? Russia area. Wish you could like pop these open their own separate tab one by one. East European, Hawaiian, West, and North Oceania. Yeah, it's definitely the second batch. 9-8. 6-7. 6-7. Okay. Wait, did we really go all the way till September before they gave us a new batch? God damn, that's... Yeah, I remember that, like, this is why everybody kind of... Everyone kind of like killed certain Matt's dead because there was nothing else to do. The southern United States is not there, nor is East. I could have sworn Galateo was, but I guess not. And then these two. So it's all of these, just not including southern or east. Okay. I don't want to do this. I think I know how. Actually, does Chaldea... 3.36 million plus... Why does that say plus 7B? That's the same chat. How I feel. Okay, because that's what I wanted to look at was what was the relation. I don't remember the Eliza one. I don't think the Eliza one here is better. But we can deal with it. Hey guys, Kadroth here. Today I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about the upcoming Ordeal Call, aka Bleached Earth nodes that are going to be coming out when the Ordeal Call campaign finally actually launches here after the Lotto coming up. So obviously, we've seen that they've announced this. We have the pre-campaign right now for Ordeal Call. It's not the pre-campaign for the actual story chapter release. That is Paper Moon. That will come after. But first, we're going to get the Bleached Earth nodes, as well as Storm Pods and the class score system. I have an entire video explaining all of that. You guys can go check that out if you want. But today I wanted to focus primarily on the first batch of nodes that will be available to you and to kind of give you advice on which nodes to choose from. So for starters right here, we have the East European node. This one is basically a 1.1 million Elizabeth with essentially just a singular caster like statue coming out of it, a silver one. It's not going to be the best return, and it's going to give you Stardust just like each one of these nodes will. That's going to be the primary thing you're after in doing these nodes. You're going to be wanting to utilize your Storm Pods and getting the Stardust out of each of these nodes. So this one in particular doesn't actually offer a lot of value. Where I've seen people use it is basically when they just kind of want to spend their Storm Pod as fast as possible. It is just a 1.1 million Elizabeth. There's nothing else here really to it. There's not multiple waves or anything like that. So if you're just in a hurry, you can do this one. But ultimately, I don't really recommend it unless you're just extremely hard up for like silver caster statues. So as a result, I don't think it's really the best one to do. In fact, it may arguably be the worst one of these to actually go after. Your next node is going to be the Russian node, as you guys can see on screen. This one's going to be a little bit hairier. It's a basically 2-wave node. It's got the 2 single enemies in the front wave, basically at 127k for the maximum there on the Lancer. That's going to require you to at least have a decent AoE Saber or Berserker or something like that in order to be able to take them out, maybe even a Pretender. But that's going to kind of get thrown for a loop as you get to the second wave, where we have a 3-enemy wave of the Oprichniki that are going to have up to 500k health on the big health enemy there. So you're going to need a really robust AoE caster or alter ego. This is where, those of you guys that rolled like Tiamat, or again, you have a really robust Berserker or something like that, it's going to do wonders for you. We'll also have Ace coming out in the future that can do great work here, or even something like a Caster Coup. Keep in mind, you don't need to 2-turn this node. Obviously, that would be the ideal, but there's no harm in like 3-turning a node instead. But this node's actually going to be a really good node for both ice and bullets. If you do choose to run this node, understand that that's what you'll be getting from it. And so it can be a good rate of return for you compared to just going and farming in, say, LB1. And it will be a good use of your Storm Pod. Remember, a lot of these nodes are going to give you benefit by way of having enhanced bonding and master experience capabilities. So it's really good for leveling up Mystic codes, really good for bonding up units. But that is also maybe a double-edged sword. Just be careful that you don't sit there and go like, man, I really need to use my most powerful units in these nodes, and then you overuse them, and then you end up bonding them out completely, and then you're not going to be able to use them for other things like lottos and stuff like that. So this is why I'm bringing up again, you don't necessarily have to 3-turn these nodes, or 2-turn them even. Just keep that in mind, though it will obviously make it more tedious as you go through. Now, the interesting part here is, as you guys can see, the Permafrost Ice Crystal drop is actually guaranteed from that node as well. So it's going to make it really, really good for ice farming in particular. We're also going to have the West United States node. You should definitely pay attention to this one. This one's going to be pretty hairy with regards to the health values on it. Similar situation. It's all Lancers. It's going to be those coin enemies that you guys saw in Summer 4. But it will definitely have some issues for people. You're going to need a robust AoE Saber probably for this, and you can see the final enemy is going to be a 500k one, as it's a 3-3-1 layout node. The benefit that you're going to get from doing this node is that it is a really good QP node. It is so good, in fact, that it has the same QP efficiency as running a treasure vault daily. So this is in effect a way to actually just go ahead and spend your Storm Pod, but still be able to gain QP. So this is just as good as the maximum rank extreme version of running the treasure vault in the Chaldea Gate. So it's definitely something that you'll want to try to fit in the maximum amount of QP that you can. The problem is going to be, obviously, while you're trying to take QP boosting CEs, that you're going to need a lot of firepower for this. So health values are going to be a little bit kind of rough for you. I recommend taking an AoE Saber to handle the first 2 waves, and then maybe trying to get the last one done with a good single target, rather than trying to make an AoE handle all 3. I've been able to do it myself a few times, but it definitely requires you to have a pretty robust, well-built AoE Saber capable of handling that, and that may not be something that everybody out there has. So just keep that in mind, but this is, again, a really, really good node for you guys to do. The South and East United States nodes will not be out on the first match, so we're going to the Hawaii node next, and this one's going to be another fantastic node, but it's also going to be another problematic one. You guys can see here we have 3 different classes in this node. We have Berserkers, which everything can handle, Sabers, which are definitely going to be something that'll make you want to take an Archer, but then the final high health enemy is a 400k Ibaraki Doji in the third wave. This is a 3-3-2 node where the first 2 waves are full of Berserkers and Sabers, but the last wave is full of a Berserker with an actual Lancer. So you're going to want a pretty high octane AoE Saber for the last wave, or a Berserker if you can manage to handle it. But then obviously for the first 2 rounds, you're going to want something like an Archer to be able to handle it as well. So this one's going to be another disjointed node that's going to make you try to like take multiple damage dealers and think outside the box, or just take your sweet time with it and kind of just say, hey, it is what it is. Now, this one's going to give you Shells of Remembrance, which are a guaranteed drop, as well as Phoenix Feathers. Keep in mind, this first batch of nodes you guys are going to be stuck with until probably September. So you're not going to have anything else really to use your storm pods on, and there's only going to be 5 nodes available to you. This is going to be one of the more lucrative ones for you to do, especially with summer coming up into the future. Though I will caution you in the fact that we do actually have a Shell Lotto coming out at the end of the year in Nemo Fest. So that's definitely something to pay attention to depending on your shell needs. If you feel like you're just going to need shells in so many and in such great quantities, in such a plethora of an amount, that even a Lotto is not going to have you kind of solid in that regard, then definitely farm this node. But simultaneously, you can also use this node if shells were the only thing you're going to need from the Lotto to maybe lessen your need to farm that upcoming Lotto at Christmas. So the choice is yours, but this is definitely going to be a very, very good node for those of you guys that really need to farm shells. And then the last node that we've got here is North Oceania. This one, I'm going to be honest, I don't really see too much value in. The reason why is going to be because it does actually have just a ton of blue gems in it. It's not every class, but it is at least your Cavalry Triangle plus Berserker in there. And you guys can see there's actually a little bit of a randomness to the node where you can basically get random classes from that Cavalry Triangle, and that's going to dictate the gems that you actually get for the first 2 waves there. So it's a 3-2-1 node. Your big problem is going to be that 400k Columbus there. So make sure you take a really robust either alter ego, assassin, or berserker that is single target that can take Columbus out, and you should thank yourself for doing so. But again, I don't really recommend this node. Usually skill gems are pretty easy to get, especially once you've even done one Lotto. So with this coming on the heels of us just having a Lotto on an A, this node will probably be one that everyone will kind of just do one time just to get the completion credit and then move on to other more lucrative nodes. So with that in mind, again, a bit of a summary. You're going to get 5 nodes available to you guys here with the first batch for the Bleached Earth nodes. Within those 5 nodes, there are going to be a couple that kind of stand out. They will each cost 40 AP plus your storm pod in order to do. You're going to get 3 storm pods a day, up to a maximum of being able to hold 9 at a time. So you can only go 3 days without spending your storm pods. If you haven't done the actual Ordeal Call prologue, you will not even get storm pods available to you. So that's another thing as a PSA here that I wanted to make. Make sure you guys are getting your story caught up on so that you guys can take advantage of this ASAP, because these nodes are really lucrative. They give more master experience, more bonding than anything else really in the game. So I highly recommend that you guys do take advantage of them and do work on that class score system so that you guys can actually, again, work on enhancing your individual classes and making them better down the line for assumedly the grand system and stuff like that to come on JP. Now, within these 5 nodes, the 2 that I really think stand out, that I really want to recommend the most, are going to be Hawaii for those shells. It's a really, really solid node, and definitely shells are one of those materials that people just need kind of perpetually due to summer every single year, injecting more into the game. As well as the actual QP node in the Western United States, aka Las Vegas. That node is really, really solid for those of you guys that still need to do some treasure vault farming and definitely need more QP for your accounts. I think those 2 are going to be the best ones for your bang for your buck, but I will give an honorable mention as well to the Russian node that does give you guys the other 2 essential materials there in the bullets and ice. So let me know what you guys think about this, which one you farmed if you guys did it on JP, and out of all the Ordeal Call nodes, if you guys know of them, let me know which one you guys are most looking forward to. I'll see you guys for the next one. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more FGO content. Have a good one. There you go. Easy PSA chat. Ugh. Get caught up with story, folks. Don't brick your account. Pretty much. It's not even like a brick your account thing. It's just an opportunity cost. Every day that you don't have Ordeal Call Prologue unlocked is more Storm Pods you don't get. I was in the Feather and Shell node for a while. I was too. I was there for a long time. And it's because, like, I think even within the second patch, there's not, like, that good of stuff. Let me see. Wait. That was November. That was October. October. So the Caribbean and the Scandinavian are the only ones that come out next. The Scandinavian one has Aurora Steel and Giant rings. So if you guys needed LB2 stuff, that's a good one. The Caribbean node is literally just a rider statue. So that thing's garbage. So, like, keep in mind, you're going to go like 3 months with those being the only nodes. And then the next one that you're going to get is, like, if you don't need Aurora Steel and Giant rings, you're not getting anything new. So you're basically stuck on that until at least October. October, you get LB3 materials. More blue gems. LB4 mats. That's not a bad one, actually. If you need the arrowheads, that's a pretty decent one. And that's already, like, that's November right there. There's one for seeds. And then next year, you will get one that gives you meteor shards. But yeah, that's let's see. 2024, so that'll literally be 2026 in February. So, like, y'all have a long way till that one. But that one is a decent one. Lamps are good too. Yep. If that was a caster assassin statue, I'd do that a lot. Well, there is a caster statue one in the first batch. But yeah, that's kind of going to be everybody's issue, I think, is that there's only so many ways that you guys can spend your storm pods at first. And you need to be really careful about it. Now on JP, you just kind of flip storm pods on, and anything that you run will give you Stardust, which is good. That's, like, hilariously, the fixes that I was proposing for storm pods, that was a, like, even more extreme fix than I was proposing. So it's like, it's really funny when I try to think about this, because I try to think about it from a dev perspective, and I try to, like, side with them, thinking that they'll have their own bias, and then the devs do something that's, like, completely antithetical to what they actually should do, and then I go, like, well, I didn't predict that. Because nobody expects the devs to actually, like, sit there and shoot themselves in the foot that way. And it's not really shooting themselves in the foot. It's more like them just saying, you know what, we've been anal about this, let's completely relax it so that, like, we're not hampering the players. And they're right to do so. I think that's a really good idea. These nodes are juicy for Bond every day, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's see here. Russian area. Gonna show me. Yeah, Bond. 2,636. Right? So how much bond am I going to get from Hawaii? 2,636. That's a lot, and that's not even enhanced by, you know, the like 10% and stuff that you'll take. So it's a thing. Definitely a thing. Unless they release it where you can use storm pods whenever on an A right away, I doubt it. Use teapots and bleached earth, got it? Yes. That's usually what you want to do. However, my warning to you guys, and I said that during the video, you have to be careful. And I'll show you guys why. Chat, I got her here in like 1 month. 1 month of like bleached earth. You have to actually be careful that you don't just go like, oh man, shit. I just like my most powerful unit. I just bonded them out. Because remember, you're going to be getting 2,000. Okay. You're literally going to be dejitting these nodes constantly, at least 3 times a day. So you're going to be getting like, what, like 7,500-ish per day? Like unmodified. And you're probably going to default to the same node over and over again. So if you keep using the same unit, it's your most powerful unit. Remember, you're going to have all of your modifications that you'll have in the party. So that's going to be like... I'm going to, like, let's be conservative here. You're going to get 20% from your own. And you're going to get 20% on the front line. Per day. Just from these nodes. That's if you're taking, like, you know, 20% worth of additional, like, bonding stuff. And you've got the unit in your front line. I'll be honest with you, too. Like, more so than even something like Castoria Berserker here. Your most dangerous thing for this, it's your supports. This is, chat, this is why, like, I have so many of my supports at Bond 15 now. It's because of taking them into the Bleached Earth nodes. So it's like, bonding is really good. Bonding gets you a ton of extra quartz. But then you start being like, wait, all of my units are hitting Bond 15. What the fuck do I do? And then you start going like, crap. And I think this is why I say, like, the devs have this kind of like ulterior motive of, they want this to happen. They're willing to just say, you know what? You can have that free quartz. Now wail on another unit. That's what they're trying to get you to do with it. Right? So it's going to be rough for some people. Yeah, this is why I said they should have done 20% on the back line, not the front line. But I digress. But yeah, it makes it rough. It makes it pretty rough because some of these nodes are robust enough that, like, you are going to struggle. You are going to struggle to be able to, like, handle them without taking a powerful unit. Okay?
And that's why I was trying to advise you guys, like, don't get caught up in 3 turning. It's your best tool. Like, literally take units that are either off meta or that you know you'll consistently clear with, even if it's not a 3 turn. And maybe they're not like the unit that you use all the time for farming. They're not the meta unit that you're going to use for support. They're not the unit that, like, oh man, I really need, I clutch this unit all the time in a Lotto, right? Yeah. See, Avalon? You're making a great case for why we should never buff Summer Marie. She's too strong. See, like, the devs are going to read that comment. They know. They know what you've been up to. I do think stuff like this, it'll be difficult for people to 3-turn if they don't have a pretty robust account too. Just from a standpoint of like running it with like things like Black Grail and stuff like that's going to make this a lot easier. Having units that have multiple MP levels will make this a lot easier. Having the meta supports will make this a lot easier. So it's like, in a weird way, it's a trap, but it's a good trap. It's like, I think the way they've done it is like they've given the player what the player wants, but the player doesn't realize that they're getting too much of what they want. They don't realize to like be like, wait, I'm gorging myself. So it's like, ultimately, it's only as much of an issue as you feel it to be. And that's an entirely subjective thing. Like, if you're like, man, I don't care, I'm going to keep using my unit at bond 15, I don't care about bond efficiency, fuck that. More power to you, right? Like, in that regard, there's no issue. Cake is good, so we want it for every meal, yes. Oh, it's like the Tom and Jerry comics where he has like the trap out with cheese in it, right? And it's like, obviously the mouse wants the cheese, but if he goes for the cheese, he's going to get caught in a trap. Is there, in theory, a point at which you could have bond 10 to every unit in the game and as many units as you could possibly get to bond 15 and not have a new unit to bond? No. Not possible. Not without quartz refilling. And even then, while I have seen people that have like done something similar to that, to a T, they're all botters. Every single one. And this goes back to the botting argument of like people have a nasty tendency of like trying to use the botting to flex. And this is why, like, I think when you have someone like me that's done it legitimately for all these years, you can at least rely on the fact that I did it legitimately. And so it's a good bellwether for like what's actually possible with an account. You haven't had enough bond grills either. Yeah, you definitely haven't. You probably never will. How much tank quartz will it cost to bond $10 units in FGO? Gotcha aside. I have no idea. And I don't care to do the math on that. So we don't have 2,000 bond grails yet? Yeah, I mean, like, it's literally 400 plus units times 5 bond grails, right? Not a thing. Even if you purchased every single bond grail from the rare prism shop, if you got every single one that has ever been given out, you cannot even remotely get close to that number. I would wager you can't even get close to like 100. So like needing like 2,000? Yeah, no, it's gonna be a long time. OC will give me 36 more. That's true. But ask yourself, did the amount that OC gave you, was that more than the sum total that you could have ever achieved possibly up until that point in the game? And the answer is, yeah, it is. They actually give you more than they've ever possibly given out. I'll never run out. Yeah, that's... I mean, you can see, I think my JP account still has like 14 Bond Grails left or something like that. It's like, it's going to take me a long time to even use that. It's the same concept as like, will we ever have enough crystallized lores to lore every single skill and append in the game? And the answer is probably no. Like, even with them giving out a crap ton of them, you need so much, right? Like, so you have 400 units plus, right? Like, it's even more than that. There are 3 skills and there are 5 appends. So, oh shit, right? Like, all we need is a calm, cool 3200. And I would wager there's probably been a sum total of maybe like 500 ever given out in the game. And that's probably off. That's probably high. Actually, let's look. I'm not going to say I've never missed a crystallized lore, but I can only have missed 3 ever. There you go, chat. I told you it was high. And that's technically just what I've consumed. So actually, yeah, there's probably been right about like 500 crystallized lores. There's probably been right about that amount. So maybe was I like right on the money then? Yeah, because I have 51. There have been like 475 given out in the game. That's pretty darn close for a prediction. You need 2,170 Bond Grails to bond 15 every unit in the game. Yeah, and like I said, you got to consider that for every Bond Grail you get like 1 Bond Grail a month, right? What's the like rate of servant releases? Because chat, for you to be able to catch up, because a unit takes 5 Bond Grails, you would need a rate of, if you received no other Bond Grail in any other way, you would need a rate of 1 servant getting released every 5 months for you to be able to just keep even. So it's like, yeah, that number is like exponentially growing. And we pretty much, I'd say we probably average like a new servant every 2 months right now. I think that's a fair estimate. Should the Singularity and Lost Belt nodes be checked? You can if you want, Aniko. It's only going to include guaranteed drops, I believe. Sometimes you get two in an event elsewhere. That's true. Yeah, it may be more like one a month on average. Just we don't always get one every month. That's why I was saying two. But yeah, I mean, let's see. The game has been out almost 10 years. So 120 months. And we have 400. Chat, what was the actual amount of servants that we have? Because someone did the math on the Grails earlier. It's 400 something, but 429. So game's been out for, let's say, roughly 120 months. And we have 429. Wait, I did that backwards, didn't I? We were all wrong, chat. We were all wrong. That is like over 3 a month, which is wild. Now, part of that's because like the game launched with as many as they did. So if you really wanted to be cheeky, you could back out the initial roster. But let's see. What was the first new unit released that was not in the game at launch? Was it Okita? Or was it like, I don't remember if Artemis was actually in the game at launch or not. Because Artemis was part of the Moon Dumpling event, but Gil? I thought Gil was a launch unit. Was he not? Regina and Karna? No, they were New Year's. They were way later. Pretty sure Gil wasn't? Check this. Probably easier to check the NA one. We're about to get rich, boys. He's limited? Yeah. So in theory, he could not have been part of the initial roster. Don't give me servantless by ID. No. No, not if he's Unit 12. He was absolutely in the game at launch. Because, like, for instance, Martha's Unit 30. So, like, don't get me wrong. Just because you couldn't roll him doesn't mean he wasn't part of the roster, right? Because Martha's Unit 30 and Martha is, like, literally part of the starting role. Carmilla was as well. Herc was as well. Is it Kentucky? No, because Vlad was. Vlad was a starting berserker. Janu was also in the game. So it's right, like, it's right here. Wait. No, Drake should have been Okeanos. The question is, was Tamamo in the game prior to the raid up at at Halloween because she was permanent. I actually like don't remember this, and this is bothering me. Like, I know Okita was not in the game at launch. I know this for a fact. So this is why I was sitting there going like, man, I think it's this one. She was introduced in Halloween. Okay, so if we know that, then we have a dividing point where we can say Tamamo is at least where is she? Tamamo is at least the earliest one that we currently know of. And yeah, this actually makes sense because literally like Liz Caster is the game's first welfare. So she was not available. So the question is, was Orion? Was Orion summonable prior to the Moon Dumpling event? That's what I need to know. Was he part of the initial roster? I don't think so. I need knowledge, not opinion. Check banner history. Banner history wouldn't necessarily reveal it. He's also a permanent unit, and they don't catalog permanent unit banner history. Stupid. I'm not that old. I know, that's the problem. Early FGO stuff was actually pretty well documented, just not on fandom. I don't think fandom was even around in early FGO. Check event page, maybe. The thing I would like to see is... Go back to JP. God, the original Nero Fest. Wait, this is really funny because it's a JP event, but these are the translated English cards. Yeah, elements taken from the US event. And the reason why is because fandom wasn't around for this. So fandom didn't have it. See, here's the thing though. Usually this thing would say something like, so-and-so has been added. Nope, that proves it right there, chat. New battle animations and a new interlude. So I think Orion was part of the original roster still. So that means it's right there. It's right here. Unit 61 and 62 are your new units. So the game launched with 60 units. So what was the amount again? It was 429. Yeah, you're right at 3. 3 per month. That is a wild pace, by the way. That is a wild pace. I would be curious to like compare that to a lot of other gacha games just to see. I'm not going to say FGO would be the most, but I think FGO is up there as one of the most. Chat. I am overdue. Let me send you guys over to Mr. Sideswipe. He's on playing some ZZZ. He was kind enough to raid me the other night, so let's go return the love. And chat, 4 a.m. tomorrow, literally in 5 hours from now. You guys are getting the lotto. You have maintenance in 1 hour. So get your AP spent down, do whatever it is you need to do, last minute stuff before the lotto. I will see you guys on the other side. Go have a good one. Go give Side my love.